We have a time limit for each presentation of 15 minutes. I'm sure Dr. Levin will abide by this limit. I shall introduce Dr. Levin briefly. Dr. Levin is a demographer and a statistician. He has worked at the Harvard University Center for Population and Development Studies from 2007 to 2013. He is currently an independent consultant and is working from perhaps Hidechi Mori University of Hawaii. Dr. Levin.
That thing?
Yeah. Which one is yours, say?
The bottom one.
This one, final guess?
No, the bottom one.
Human trafficking?
No, the bottom
Is
one.
labeled.
No, this one.
Here's the pointer.
Okay.
So on. This one is next. This one is previous.
Oh,
And this
okay.
one is the laser slide.
Okay.
And here your minute is.
All right. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. I'm going to talk about, it's kind of the opposite of what you just heard. And for this one, there's an assumption that people are going to leave and whether they remit. So remittance flows for Micronesians differ from the South Pacific. Samoans, Tongans, and other Pacific Islanders have long histories of remittances, but the compacts of free association only went into effect in the 1980s, and so migration streams started very late. Because of the provisions of the compacts, Micronesians have free entry into the United States and its territories. And so while Micronesians do remit, they also put together funds to bring out the next generation. Here you can see the amount of remittance in millions of dollars from various countries in the Pacific. And you can see, oops, that was not what I wanted. Okay. Okay, so Micronesia, Palau, and Marshalls are the three freely associated states. You can see the numbers are quite small compared to some of the others, although larger than some of the others as well. Now, this one is rather strange because I absolutely don't think that the Marshall Islands gets 14% of its GDP from remittances. I'm not sure where these numbers came from. The FSM also seems rather high. And this slide shows where the remittances were coming from in 2015. And you can see that the numbers are reasonably small given the size of the populations, this 22 million, and almost all of them, of course, come from U.S. territories and the U.S. mainland itself. Now I'm going to use several sources to describe the issues that are involved in the Micronesian migration. The 2010 FSM census did not collect information on income. This is the first census that didn't collect information on income since 1973. For some reason, the experts decided that the FSM didn't need to have income data in its census, even though it worked before. So those of you who work in this area, please be aware that if you don't have income, it's hard to get wage data for industries or occupations or birthplaces or ethnicities per hour and so forth. You need to have income. But we do have remittances. Okay, and this is the remittances received by state. There are 4 states, as the previous speaker said. Yap, Chuuk, Pohnpei, and Kosrae, and you can see that the top is those people who received $1,000 or more in remittances in the year before the census of 2010. You can also see that the absolute numbers are fairly small. As the ambassador said, Chuuk is the largest and so has the largest numbers of recipients, but the numbers in general are fairly small. This shows the percent that receive remittances by age, and as you would expect, the older the people, the more likely they are to have remittances. Please remember again that the number of people receiving remittances is fairly small. And this is the annual amount of remittances by age. Now, so you can see that at the top, it's about $1,000 US. So that's quite a bit of money in one sense, unless you're trying to use the money to buy expensive goods in the store and that kind of thing, paying for your electricity and so forth. So the numbers are not huge. This is the percent of individual receiving remittances by wealth. I took the census, the 2010 census, and developed a wealth index based on assets, household assets. And here you can see that it isn't that different. The lowest and the highest actually have less remittances than the middle groups. But here you can see something more interesting, which is that the richer the households within FSM, the more likely they are to get remittances directly from the mainland. And the ones that have the least wealth are most likely to get it from Guam, which is the closest, and which are mostly Chuukese because it's quite close to Chuuk. And there was a period of time after the implementation of the compact when Chuukese virtually commuted. There were special flights that went on Fridays to Chuuk and came back on Sundays, and so people would every few weeks would go, and they didn't need to remit. They could take the money with them. But this shows also that Hawaii has always been somewhat in the middle. The importance here is that the migration is more and more to the U.S. mainland. Starting in 1992, the Department of Interior hired me to do periodic surveys of Micronesian migrants. The first one was in 1992, which was Guam, CNMI, and then in 97 we added Hawaii, and in 2003 we had those three. And in 2012, Fran Hiesel obtained funds from the FSM government to do those three plus the U.S. mainland. Here you can see, well, again, as yesterday, the yellow doesn't show up very well. But the yellow is the U.S. mainland, and about half of the Micronesian migrants are now living on the U.S. mainland. You can see that Guam is still second, and Hawaii third, and then fewer in the CNMI. Actually, we were surprised in the survey to find out how many still are in the CNMI. Some of that came when they had the garment industries, and the CNMI Micronesians moved there to work in the garments, and some of them stayed. This is the pyramid, and you can see it's a typical pyramid of migrants, kind of middle-term migrants, because you still see the workers there, the big bulge, and then they're bringing their wives and children, and those children are appearing at the bottom, and the middle group is not yet well represented. If you look at Guam alone, you find that the migration has been so long that it has a more normal-looking pyramid. Now, there's new data that just came out just before I came here to present this talk, and these data are for Hawaii only, but they're U.S. Census data. And they come from what's called the American Community Survey for Hawaii. And it combines data from 2010 to 2014. That's the only way they could get enough numbers to actually release the data. About 1/120th of the whole U.S. is surveyed every month. So over 10 years, you get all of the units in theory. And Micronesians are more likely to respond than others because this is an event, and some fear deportation if they don't answer, and so they respond. And because they respond in higher numbers than the general population, because the Census Bureau uses imputation when things are unknown, they are more likely to be included, and therefore upping the numbers. So what I'm about to show you are Marshallese alone and with others, meaning that Marshallese Chamorro or Marshallese Hawaiian or something, and then Palauans, and there aren't enough Palauans to show separately, so they are together, and then Micronesians, which is both FSM and other people who say I'm Micronesian. Here you can see that by birthplace, if you look at the Marshallese alone, the great majority are not U.S. citizens, and this is true for both Marshallese and others. The Palauans and Micronesians, about half, are already U.S. citizens, meaning that they could very well be the children of a Micronesian married to an American, or they could just be born in the U.S. And Micronesians who come and they have a child born in the U.S., and so that child is automatically a U.S. citizen. The percent high school graduates, you can see that only about 3/4 of Marshallese adults are high school graduates, more Micronesians, and Palau at 97%. Almost all Palauans who are over 25 are high school graduates. This is the one which is quite telling, because you can see that about 10% of the Micronesians are college graduates, have a bachelor's degree or more. Only 1% of Marshallese alone, and 2% of Marshallese and others are. This is a problem for Marshallese, because with lack of education, the jobs are harder to get and are more likely to not pay very well. And of course, you see 17% of Palauans have bachelors, which of course bodes well for them. This shows you one of the reasons why the Marshallese are having so much trouble. There are only 1% of the Marshallese speak English at home, and about 1/3 of the Palauans and the Micronesian and others, and about 1/5 of the others. Okay, labor force participation, you can see that it's reasonable. It's low for Marshallese, especially Marshallese women. I have 5 minutes. I'm going to go through this much more quickly. So unemployed is a big problem for Marshallese. Marshallese women, more than 1/3 of them who want to work, cannot work. And this is done by this U.S. standard. So the U.S. Has particular ways it measures unemployment. You must be looking for work. So these people are actually looking for work. It's not that they're just home attending children and not interested in working. They want to work, but they are not able to get work. This shows you that the Palauans, migrants, are doing very well, $82,000 per year for the median household income. You can see that Marshallese only get about 1/4 of that, and the Micronesians about half. Here, the per capita income is similar. You see about the same things. The per capita income for Marshallese is very, very low, and it's reasonable for Palauans. Gross rent, you can see that the top, the yellow, is $1,500 or more, which is typical of Hawaii. But this is the one which is quite interesting. For Marshallese, about 70% have to pay more than 35% of their income for their rent. When you're doing that, then you're in trouble, because there isn't much money left for much of anything else, and there also isn't money to remit. So the story here is that some of them, particularly Palauans, do have funds that could be remitted, but the question is, are they doing it? We have some evidence that there is, as I showed in the earlier slides, but not a lot. This slide shows you the difference between those living in FSM and those living on Guam in 2010. So the same census was taken in both places, and in all cases you can see that there's a big pull factor for Guam over FSM. You have much better living standards if you happen to move. Okay, how low are remittances? The data show that while migrant incomes are low, they are large enough that individuals and households could remit more than they do. But while some do remit, many hold their funds instead to bring the next generation out. And this is because Micronesian migrants, they get established in Hawaii or the US mainland, and they begin to get housing units and cars and appliances, and they also, rather than send money back, they hold it to bring out their relatives into the next generation. Also, Micronesia has had almost no economic development, as was pointed out yesterday for the Marshalls. The FSM has particular factors that most migration streams don't have. Although it's not discussed here, the FSM citizens can join the U.S. military and become U.S. citizens that way, and many of them do. Also, as already noted earlier, under the Compact of Free Association, Micronesians can move into the U.S. and its territories without visas. And this is obviously a major pull factor. And the major push factor, again, is the lack of economic development within FSM to hold residents and to attract back those who might come. They have infrastructure problems having to do with airports, communication, and roads. Without these, as we all know, it's very hard to have economic development. Same thing for transportation. If you have to maintain ports in each of the states, you have problems. The field trip ships are becoming, they got a series of Chinese ships, none of which are currently working, replacing the Japanese ships which were working for 30 years. So they have a couple of ships that given by the Japanese government which go back and forth. And copra, they're going back to making copra, which is kind of amazing because it doesn't pay. All right, the lack of economic development, more than half the jobs are still in the public sector, and it's unlikely to change since the sector is artificially maintained. Most possible public sector jobs are already filled, and those in them are not going to age out very soon. The average age of government workers in the FSM is 44 years old, and so that it would be 20 years before those people are going to be retired and their jobs replaced. So they would have to somehow find a way of getting more, have some kind of economic development so there are more jobs, or people have to wait, or what they do is they leave. Education is a traditional method for movement outside FSM, and in the early years, students went for schooling. When they received their degrees, they used to come back and they would take government jobs, which were then plentiful, but they don't anymore. Currently, FSM is not creating new jobs, and so those leaving tend to make lives outside Micronesia. In the early years of the migration, Micronesians could not officially take jobs because of their visas. With the compact, no visa is needed, and Micronesians now go to Guam especially, and they take entry-level jobs like at McDonald's. And they get paid much more than they would in the FSM, and they live in groups to accumulate funds. The compact also facilitates family reunification. When young men and women leave the FSM to start their lives outside, then they bring their parents and the children and other relatives, and the family structure is maintained. They come for medical reasons. The medical is not very good in FSM, and so they tend to go if they need dialysis or other medical things. Also, the lifestyle changes. Many Micronesians find life in FSM too boring, and they want something more. They have better housing conditions outside than in, and the outside world offers more protection from typhoons, tidal waves, and other natural disasters, and obviously jobs are more plentiful and more diverse. So the lack of economic development within the FSM is the major push for young and not so young. People leave the country for jobs. The attractiveness of the outside world has been enhanced by the Compact of Free Associations allowing free entry into the U.S. and its territories. The outflow is likely to continue unless the FSM can find a way forward with economic development. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Levin, for your presentation. The next on our list of speakers is Dr. Patricia Kaloa. Patricia is a fisheries scientist and is a scientific editor of a magazine, perhaps. She has worked in the Pacific since 1969. She has mainly worked in PNG, Tonga, Fiji, and Indonesia. And of course, she has contributed immensely towards the Pacific Island countries. She's also heading an NGO called Pacific Dialogue Limited, which is dealing with conflict and conflict management issues. Thank you, Patricia.
This one is fraud, this one is revenge, this one is lazy. Which one is your presentation, ma'am?
The human trafficking one? Yeah, he can use
Good morning. I'm going to tell you a story about a young man in a village in maybe Philippines, Indonesia, inland. And a recruiter comes along and says, hey, Tao, you want to earn $250 a month, eh? On a boat. This guy thinks a boat is a cruise liner or a cargo ship. He lives inland. He says, wow, that's his income for the whole year. The village helps him. They all put the money in. They know this guy's going to come back with mega bucks. Right? So the company assists his travel down to Hong Kong, Singapore to get on the boat. Wow, you know, the big world. And then he goes to the boat. It's a fishing boat. It looks pretty scungy too, but never mind. $250 a month, can't go wrong. He's going to put up with it. Signs a 2-year contract. Trouble is, it's in Chinese or something. Doesn't know that, but never mind. It's a contract. $250 a month. Gets on the boat. After a month, goes along and says, hey, bro, Tao, where's my money for the month? And the boss says on the captain, he says, oh, didn't we tell you, you owe us money. We had to pay for your travel. So it goes on. You have to pay us back the money we spent to get you on the boat. And so it goes on, and month after month, and he gets a bit bashed around the ears. He works 18 hours a day. The food is fish guts and rice, day in, day out, day in, day out. He gets transshipped across different vessels on the high seas. What do we call this? We call it human trafficking. After 2 years, maybe, he's lucky to go home because the company said they would send the money back to his home. So he goes home, no God, no money. That's human trafficking, and that's happening in the Pacific. Our approach is one of prevention rather than protection. It's much cheaper to try and stop people being trapped than to look after 1 or 2 victims. We're sorry for them, but we try to stop their being victims. So this is a presentation. I'm going to try and burl through it as fast as I can. So what is human trafficking? Human trafficking is the movement of people by trickery or force for the purpose of exploiting them. Now, you can exploit people in their own home or in your own village by, like sexual exploitation, labour exploitation, but that's not trafficking. It has to be movement. It's the movement of people. So this is, you can see what the act involves. The act of recruiting, transferring, how they do it, forced, blah, 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 for the purpose of exploitation, using someone. Okay, so I better start looking at my notes. Okay, how does it affect people? It affects people because they're imprisoned, they're weakened. You imagine the guy on the fishing boat. They're in prison, they lose their human dignity, they use their freedom, they can't escape. Often their passport's taken, their papers are taken. They're often, like the man on the boat, debt bondage or credit bondage. Credit bondage is when you say, oh, well, yeah, look, keep working, I'll get the money in at the end of the month. And the end of the month comes, doesn't come. Oh, look, sorry, next month. That's credit bondage. How does it, detection? Now, detection is very, very difficult. It's very difficult in any country, the US, Australia, Britain, anywhere. It's very hard to detect traffic victims. You need a public that is informed. Prosecutions are very difficult to prosecute someone because mostly in the Pacific, for example, and in a lot of more developed nations, the judges have to know what trafficking is, the laws have to be very strong, you need the evidence beyond the shadow of a reasonable doubt, and you need to have persistence. A recent case in Tonga showed us that. And time. Time means trying to get the case prosecuted very quickly, because if you've been trafficked and just rescued, say from a brothel, you want to get home to your family. But if you're someone wanting to run a case in court, you need the victim. If you don't have a victim, you don't have a case. Okay? So if the victim says, look, I want to go home, and you can't offer accommodation, you can't offer protection, you can't offer work, for example, a paid work, just give up. And this has happened in quite a number of cases in the Pacific. So the Pacific, I don't want to go through all of these, but you've heard of the US State Department's Trafficking in Persons report, and it talks about a source countries. This is the Pacific. We have a lady from Nakasi, which is near Suva. She's in jail in Malaysia because she was lonely, she wanted a friend, she used to make friends on Facebook. One of them said, I love you, gave her an open plane ticket to Hong Kong. She went over there. He sends her to Malaysia saying, look, Keri, could you just take this bag down to the children at Malaysia? I help a school there. And the bag was full of drugs. She's now in jail in Kuala Lumpur waiting a death sentence. She was trafficked because she used social media and she wanted a friend. Destination, the famous case in American Samoa with the, 300 garment workers offered $400 a month. They finally got the fellow. He's got 40 years in jail. Tonga, a recent case. Transit, the fishing boats is transit, but also our Asian ladies, you see the Asian ladies, they're all prostitutes, but probably half of them are forced prostitutes because they say, no, I'm not going to sleep with those people. And the minder says, look, lady, if you don't sleep with those people, I'll go and get your young sister, or I know where your parents live. That's trafficking. Okay? We know that in the Pacific there's a circular route. People coming into Solo, they come to Fiji, they go to Samoa, maybe Cooks, I'm not sure, but up through FSM and Micronesia. Every 2 months they're moved on. Domestic, that's the international. Domestic. Sister Doreen's story, Solomon Islands, children being sold into logging camps for prostitution to marry someone. Our third prosecution in Fiji was of 2 pimps, and there's so many young unemployed schoolgirls, not ex-schoolgirls, unemployed, no job prospects, something to do. To be going over to Nandi, sleeping with people, fine, that's prostitution, but they don't keep the money. It goes to the pimps. That's trafficking. Okay, it's happening every day while I'm talking here. Domestic workers coming in underpaid. At sea, we've talked about that. Children, we're a bit concerned, our organisation, about the numbers going out with tourists. Young teenage girls going out with a single man, no evidence. The Immigration Act doesn't say anything. I'm waiting to see the immigration director. I've been seeking an appointment, and so on and so forth. We could go on, but we don't want to. So how much? No stats, but warning. The Pacific is highly vulnerable. There's a lot of vulnerable people, unemployed, looking for work. And the other thing is that, according to many people, traffickers target developing countries with poor social or economic system, high rates of poverty. What was Fiji? 40%? FSM? Very, very high. Under-resourced judiciary. Not bad judiciary, a judiciary that's trying to hold up a mountain. And government agency. Inadequate laws. And tourism, where tourism is the key source of a country's revenue. You heard the talks yesterday. The Fiji government, other governments trying to increase tourism. Fiji, we are allowing in nationals of 132 nations without a visa. We don't know who's coming in, but we want the tourist dollar. And kickbacks from top and below, and in these countries, in our countries where you have an under-resourced judiciary, under-resourced government agencies, law enforcement officers, there's very, very little chance of getting caught. And also, if you are, the penalties are very lick-lick-tussle. Okay? We found, when we did our work in villages and communities in Nandi, Singatoka and Suva, that many people thought that human trafficking, if they knew the word, that it happens overseas, somewhere on the movies. They've seen it on the movies. But when we actually describe some of what activities human trafficking is, we found that in Suva area, in the settlements here, 28% of people knew about trafficking. In the Nandi, which is international airport, 57 people did. This is from nearly 50 settlements we went to. But all of them, in every community, when we described an activity, they nodded their heads. And they came forth afterwards to say, oh, you know, this happened. Actually, the police come with us, and that was very, very useful. So, moving on. That's all the horror story. The Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat and the members have tried, and sorry, that should be 1992, sorry, a Freudian slip. They have tried to identify issues in the Pacific, and everyone signs on to things. But the Honiara Declaration, excuse me, in 1992 had the vision of security in the Pacific, of law enforcement cooperation, comprehensive assistance between nations, important focus for the region to keep out criminals, to have proper extradition, to look out for money laundering and to train people. And so various things happened. The Nasonini Declaration, the Leaders' Vision, the Pacific Plan, and through all of those, the Pacific Plan especially, security was watered down to a nice, comfortable Pacific where we all have a job and there's goodwill and everything like this. The actual transnational crime issue, we don't want to talk about that. It's sort of a bit nasty. You know, criminals. We don't want to know about that. The model, eventually the forum came up with the model law. A model law is an example of what you should have in your laws. And I've left some, sorry, there's some handouts. You might pick them up later on here. And I've done a bit of work to see how many of our nations, Pacific Island states, have actually signed on and updated their laws. And when you have a look later, you'll see it's pretty poor. But the counter-terrorism model law was trying to have rules for trafficking, the trafficking offence, exploitation of illegal workers, you need consent, travel documents have to be valid, the protection of trafficked people and so on. And the forum sent people around the Pacific to help them fix up their laws. But again, when you look later at the form, you'll see that very many of the laws aren't fixed up. So generally, the Pacific Island countries' adherence to attending to transnational crime, of which human trafficking is a major ingredient, is very, very poor, very poor. So why don't they adhere to it? So some countries don't think it's happening because, like our work in the villages, they've never heard of human trafficking, or it's only in the US. We see it on the movies. What was that recent film? I forget what it was called, Taken or something. You see that on the movies. There's also the apologies. We don't have the capacity to look after that. We're just looking after burglars and things like this and muggings. We can't be looking after everything. There's poor coordination between departments and so on, weak laws, and also a non-understanding of the laws, even by judiciary. They're just not trained. We find, our little NGO, we actually train the police. Can you imagine that? We think we're going with the police as partners. We go to Singatoka Police Station, the Fiji Border Police we train. Training meaning a 2-hour session. That's not exactly training, but at least it's a little chink into awareness raising. Why are we in this situation? We're only this big. People don't want to look at trafficking. It's nasty. You know, sex. Oh, we don't want to talk about that. So eventually, all of these things here, one writer, and some of you probably know Boyster, Neil Boyster, he declares a lot of these nice, comfortable agreements as soft laws. They're the Pacific way. Let's all get together and feel comfortable, and let's all be bung one time, and all this, everything, okay? And we'll just put it in the document. And also soft laws are usually adhering to, they're not adhering to international pressure. Boyster's saying we need hard laws. Hard laws we actually can do in the Pacific. We do them in the Western Central Pacific Fisheries Commission. We've done them in the parties to the Nauru Agreement. We do them in response to the EU and the US's imports of fish products. These are hard laws. They're the only ones I know because I'm fish, okay? But there certainly are others. So I'm suggesting that actually the Pacific needs to actually set up, as Boyster and other commentators have said, a regional transnational crime control unit. And it would save all the problem of trying to invent the wheel, like in the previous speaker, Mark was talking about maintaining all these airports in Micronesia. If you have one thing, like the Western Central Pacific Fisheries Commission, it can be your umbrella. It can do analysis, it can help train, it can do all of this, okay? So I'll just quickly go through here because I've been given the nod. These are the international resources that are available to Pacific Island countries so that they can help identify transnational crime, of which trafficking is a major part, and also support their work. The UN Convention on the Transnational Organised Crime, the table will show you that very few Pacific countries have signed it. A subset of that is the Palermo Protocol, which actually is there to give assistance, to tell people all about it. It's very, very comprehensive. But I think, I haven't got time to look, I think there's only 7 of the 15 Pacific countries who have signed the Palermo Protocol. UN Convention on Human Rights, you'll see there's a few of them in the table. UN Office of Drugs and Crime offers advice. It also has a database, a portal where you can look up trafficking cases. It'll help with legislation. We all know about the US Department of State's annual trafficking in person scorecard, where you can be score 3 at the bottom, and I think PNG and Marshall's got that award in the last one. There's Tier 2 watch list, and Tier 1. There's also the Organisation on Migration, International Labour Organisation, that are very helpful. And also we've had the immense help from Australia, New Zealand and others, especially the Australia is setting up the Pacific Transnational Crime Unit. And I think there's 17 outlets in 13 countries. Very quickly. So implications. What does human trafficking do? Is it really so bad? What does it do to the countries? Well, what it does do, it creates a black market. Because many people think that human trafficking is just sex exploitation. But actually 70% of it is forced labour. So if you have people working who aren't being paid, you lower the value of money. I'm sorry, I'm not an economist. You can pick me up later on all of these things. And it's also very, very difficult to control. Money laundering. Money laundering is when you get money from illegal means. You noticed how many houses in Suva are being bought by some of our Asian friends with cash? When you have illegally sourced money, you have to make it legal. And making it legal, you buy something. So you buy a house with $4 million cash, like someone told us in Nandi when we did our work there. Where did they have $4 million cash? Okay, set. Illegal working population, it upsets your general labour rights. We're all talking about $4 an hour nowadays for our underskilled workers. But if someone will work for much less or doesn't get paid, and you've got a high population that wants work and has limited skills, they're happy with $2.32. See, so it undermines all of those things. So generally it upsets economies, impedes national and economic growth, and of course the social and cultural effect is immense. A group in Minnesota, sorry, just got two more slides. A group in Minnesota did a cost-benefit analysis, and they found that every dollar spent by the Minnesota town or state government on assisting sex workers who'd been trafficked, for every $1 spent, there was a benefit of $34. I haven't read the rest of the paper, but it explains, and that was just from the government money. Things that happen, push-pull, we heard about the immigrants, the migrants from FSM. Push-pull, and you have these push-pull immigrants and asylum seekers, and they're used very, very happily by the traffickers. Just hold on a minute. And also, because we're all wanting to be part of the global family, where goods are very easily moved between things, we think of goods as television sets, other things, but actually goods are people. And DASRA did a study in India, and this has been done by other people as well, and they found out that the price of a good, actually a person, is a commodity. We're all looking for cheap goods. We go to Rupp's Big Bear here in Fiji. We go to the $2 shop in Australia, in Sydney. And they're all cheap goods. And because the consumer wants to get cheap goods, they go there and they're supporting the human trafficking industry. So we're actually guilty of keeping it going. The value of a person that's being trafficked is very, very small. Human trafficking jeopardises the integrity and reputations of countries who allow it, and that's what we're doing. Human trafficking is a development issue, and I'll just very quickly show you we have to bite the bullet, because the traffickers look around the world for the easy areas to get to, and the Pacific is sitting there saying, come in, we welcome traffickers, we'll protect you, our borders are easy, no visas, come in. We need to do awareness raising, training of judges, legal officers, relevant government officers, better resourcing of law enforcement agencies, freeing up of court dates so the victims don't have to wait forever, so you have a case. Link up better with other Pacific Island countries, access available resources like the international support, develop standalone human trafficking laws.
We still have 1%. We need to keep time also.
Sorry. Turn soft laws into hard laws, give more attention to giving local jobs and so on, and more attention to national and regional markets and migrant workers. And that's all I need to say, except that we need money to keep going, like our FSM friends. And later on, we'll have some cards out on display, $2 each, and it'll help us do our awareness raising in the settlements. Pinaka Vakalevu.
Thank you, Patricia. And finally, we have our last speaker, Magnus Mutano. He works for OCTA, and his area of expertise is Trade in Services and Labor Mobility. He has a master's degree in International Relations from the Arkansas State University. He has also previously worked with the United Nations Institute of Training and Research. His presentation is on seasonal workers. Thank you. Just a moment. Our tea is at 10:10 or 10:15, so we have a bit of time.
Boo. Is everybody awake? Okay, good. Luckily for you guys, my presentation is going to be short. You know, I don't believe in causing death by PowerPoint, so I kept my presentations to just 8, you know, just to make sure that what I have to say sinks in with people. So I work for the Office of the Chief Trade Advisor. We are based in Vanuatu. We are currently assisting Pacific Island countries in the negotiations in the PESA Plus agreement with Australia and New Zealand. And one component, well, it's technically not part of PESA Plus, but one side arrangement of PESA Plus is labor mobility, unskilled labor mobility, concerning the seasonal worker program in Australia and the recognized seasonal employer program, which is in New Zealand. And these programs are designed to do two things. The seasonal worker program and the RSC are designed to help alleviate the problem of a lack of adequate numbers of workers to work in the agriculture industry in Australia, and the same in New Zealand as well. Because a lot of the times these two countries find that they simply don't have enough people to come and work, you know, picking up, doing hard work actually, picking up fruits and harvesting, that kind of thing. So these two programs, the seasonal worker program and the RSC, they are very important. In our discussions, in our negotiations, the PESA Plus negotiations, there are lots of components, the trade in services, trade in goods, but I found that the most important topic to these Pacific Island countries is rather labor mobility of unskilled workers. Because as you know, most of them have huge, young populations. They've got a youth bulge. And the problem is most of these countries, most Pacific countries, including Timor-Leste, which participates in the SWP and RSC, the problem is that there isn't really enough in terms of jobs being created by their governments to alleviate this problem. So the SWP and the RSC, which we are currently working on, will do a lot to alleviate this problem. And as you can see, Winston Peters, who was the former Minister for Foreign Affairs in 2006, the year before the RSC was launched, he believed that the RSC, this is what he said, the earnings they send home will support families, help pay for education and health, and sometimes provide capital for those wanting to start a small business. And Stephen Smith, who was the Minister of Foreign Affairs in 2008, the year before the SWP was launched, he said, remittances sent home will significantly help the development of their villages and communities. And so this is the basic underlying premise of the SWP and RSC. Remittances will help these countries develop. That's what Australia and New Zealand are saying. Okay. So these are basically the numbers so far for the RSC to New Zealand. From 2007, its inception, to right now, 2016, the current season. As you can see, for example, in the first row with Vanuatu, You can see their numbers went up from 1,698 in the first year to 3,727 now. And the same with Tonga, there's been an increase, and Samoa as well. So it is actually working in terms of bringing people to work. And this has been seen, the RSC has been seen as a huge success. So these figures I got from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, so they're up to date, as you can see. And these are the figures for the seasonal worker program. They're not as impressive as the figures for the RSC, but if you can see that, for example, for Tonga, in 2012, there were 1,199 workers going to work in Australia, and in the latest season, there are 1,509. So there's been an increase, but not a huge increase. And it's the same with some of the other countries as well. And one of the major reasons why, even though the SWP doesn't have a cap, meaning now doesn't have a cap, meaning more and more workers can come, the reason why it hasn't been as successful as the RSC in New Zealand is because of a combination of factors. One being illegal labor. Some farmers are still using illegal labor. And the backpacker program, which gives backpackers in Australia an additional year added to their visa if they agree to work for 3 months on a farm somewhere in Australia. And the problem is there's less red tape involved, for example, with hiring a backpacker than there is with hiring a seasonal worker. But it's been shown that seasonal workers are generally more productive, especially those who are returning seasonal workers. So hopefully the numbers will one day be as impressive as those of New Zealand. And these figures are generally just to show you kind of how important remittances from Australia and New Zealand are to some of these countries. So here in the last column, world, where you see there's the total, the number 222, for example, for Fiji, 222 million. This was in 2016, 222 million US dollars. So the remittances Fijians send from Australia and New Zealand account for 59% of that 222 million. So this was just to give you sort of an idea of how important remittances are to these countries. And if you find any problem with these numbers, please bear in mind they are from the World Bank. So Jesse Doyle over there is the person to talk to if you have a problem with those. And so these are the kind of skills listed here: basic English literacy and numeracy, basic information technology training, and first aid. These are the kind of skills that are taught right now as part of the SWP skills training. And when I first, came across this, when I realized that, skills were being taught to seasonal workers in Australia, I wondered whether these skills would be contributing to development back home. And this is a discussion we usually have with my colleagues back at Okta, whether the skills being taught in the seasonal worker program and the RSC teaches similar sort of skills, whether these skills will allow workers to go back home and put them into use so as to help their countries fully develop. And to be quite honest, right now, there isn't enough being done, because these skills, while they're important, they are not going to help achieve sustainable economic development, which is what Australia and New Zealand have been saying that the SWP and the RSC will be doing. So that's a huge problem. For example, what the skills training, what it needs to do with the SWP and the RSC is to expand, to include skills that are actually in need back home. For example, in Vanuatu, most tradesmen you see, so plumbers, electricians, if you have a problem, electrical problem, or a plumbing problem, chances are when you call someone to come and fix that problem, they're not going to be Ni Vanuatu. They're going to be either from Australia or New Zealand. And this is caused by an acute shortage of these skills. There simply aren't enough people in Vanuatu, Ni Vanuatu, who are qualified electricians or plumbers and other types of tradesmen. And that's a huge problem. And in order for Australia and New Zealand to live up to their commitment to help these countries develop, I propose that they expand the skill set they're offering these people in the SWP and the RSC. There's already the foundation is already there. It just needs to be expanded in order for the countries to eventually stop relying so much as they do right now on remittances. Because now Samoa, 20% of their GDP comes from remittances. Tonga, it's 24%. If there is, for example, a massive drought or pests are introduced into the viticulture industry of New Zealand and destroy crops for a number of years, there's going to be a subsequent drop in the demand, in the need for workers. And there's going to be a huge hit in terms of remittances being sent back home. So it's not really a good thing from an economic perspective to be so reliant on something such as remittances, because there's no guarantee that there's still going to be millions upon millions of dollars being sent home every year. So for Australia and New Zealand to foster sustainable economic development in the Pacific, there needs to be an expansion of their skills training components in terms of the RSC and the SWP. So, as promised, this is my last slide, so I kept my promise. So, the SWP and the RSC have thus far greatly benefited the participating countries, but an expansion of both schemes is needed. And expansion will help produce skilled workers with in-demand skills back home. Most importantly, the expansion of the training components will ensure that economic development in the participating countries will be less reliant on remittances from abroad. And just to give you an example of how important these remittances are, in Vanuatu we had 6 women who recently came back from Australia working in the seasonal worker program. They'd been there since January, so they spent about 6 months there working. I think it was in Queensland. Each of them brought back 20,000 Australian dollars, at least 20,000. And to give you an idea of how much money that is in Vanuatu, that's 2 million Vatu. And to give you an idea of how much money that is, most if not all director generals in most if not all ministries in Vanuatu are paid a fraction of that. So it just goes to show that the money they earn is quite important. But in order for Vanuatu to benefit even more, it would be helpful for these people to come back with more than just money, to come back with skills that are in shortage in Vanuatu, so that Vanuatu can benefit not just from the money, but from the skills, and eventually, well, this will take decades, but eventually they'll cease to rely so much on remittances. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Magnus, for your presentation. We only have about 8 or 9 minutes for questions and responses. I will not take any time summarizing the presentations, so I would just open the floor, and I think we will take a maximum of 4 questions to fit all 4 presenters. And I'm sure the response that comes will cover the time that we have. Please, if you do have any questions, briefly introduce yourself. Do not take too long. Thank you. 1, 2, 2 more. 3, 4, 5. We'll start from there. The first hand that went up.
Thank you. Inoke from Fiji. Sorry, I have 3 questions, but they're only directed to the last 2 presenters. The first one to Patricia. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your presentation and the statistics that you provided. It was very, very interesting, and I'd like to thank you for that. My question is, since there are organizations advocating on the human trafficking issue, which I was really interested in, and the laws, soft laws I would say, that are being drawn, and likewise for the penalties being imposed, what I'm interested to know is where is the gap? Where is the gap, and what is being done to bridge or at least narrow this gap between what is happening and the statistics and what you're advocating on and what's actually happening? So where is the gap? Where is the loophole, I'd say? And shall I ask the next question?
Yeah, okay.
And my next question is directed to the gentleman from the representative from the Office of the Chief Trade Advisor. While we very much appreciate here in Fiji, and likewise for the other Pacific Island neighbors, while we appreciate the seasonal employment scheme, just on the same note as Patricia elaborated on the note of human trafficking, your presentation, it was really good. I thank you for that. I would like to just point out on the presentation, I think it focused heavily, well apparently it focused heavily on more on training and the skills gap and remittances and the massive number of our fellow brothers and sisters under the seasonal employment scheme, mainly in Australia and New Zealand. My question is, this is linked to human trafficking, as Patricia elaborated on. Is your office aware of the exploitation of our people? Because Patricia mentioned that about the deductions for your airfares and your accommodation and everything, gas and power and everything. Is your office aware of all the deductions being done to our brothers and sisters? Because as Patricia mentioned, that's exactly what human trafficking is. And then the problem is, for us here, is that as you may have known that if you refer to the Fiji Times, when the issue came, our Labour Minister, his feedback was, this is in the media, he stated that if they cannot do the job, we can send more people who can do the job, they can come back, which I do not agree with. We need to sort that out. So if you can help out on that. And lastly, and I'd like to thank you for your proposal to expand the skills base. Thank you for that. And, but it would be much more appreciated if before we expand the skills base, if if we could fix
Please be
these
short.
loopholes
Please.
first. Sorry. And lastly, the figures from the Vanuatu side that they came back with Australian $20,000 coming back with them. Well, ours, they came back with Fiji $500, which is Australian $300. So we would like to know, again, where is the gap? Thank you.
Okay, we will have all the questions and then we will ask the speakers to respond from one end. The second question.
Thank you. Jonathan Pryke from the Lowy Institute in Sydney. My question is for the last presentation. I think it's dangerous to suggest we keep adding on conditions onto the seasonal worker programs, both in New Zealand and Australia, because they have to be cost competitive. And I mean, the value that they add to the people who are sent already, just in terms of their earning potential, is a factor so much greater than any other development program we have running in the Pacific, that I think all we should be promoting is the expansion of these programs. Skills training is definitely important, but we have a massive aid program to the region. Shouldn't we be advocating for more skills training to be adapted through the aid program that we already have in the region? Thank you.
Okay, the third question. I'm not sure where it came from. All right, here and over there, yes.
Thank you. It's Stephen Howes from the Development Policy Centre. I had a similar question, Macnos, for your proposal. Who's going to pay for the skills training? Right? And it must be the aid program, right? And then are these the people you want to actually train if it's your aid money? Or would it be better to train others who maybe know something already about carpentry or those sort of skills? And for the two speakers from FSM, I just wanted to ask you on labour, on migration, you know, what is the projection? Are the numbers leaving FSM going up and up? Or have we reached a sort of equilibrium where there are a significant number overseas, but a significant number who choose to stay back in FSM?
Thank you. And the last one.
Hello, my name is America Graywall. I work with a company called International Transitions. I work with new expats and people seeking to leave the country with skilled labor. But with human trafficking, I had a question. A new arrival in Fiji, moved here with a family, went down to breakfast at a very posh hotel here in Suva, first day in the country, and at the table next to her and her children was a table of sex workers and the men who had hired them, and they were still in full streetwear. So I'm curious, have any of the tourism ministries or anything looked at the negative economic impact on the tourism industry of situations like that? You know, some people come to the country knowing they'll be here for 2 years. Others come and say, we might want to rethink this. And I'm just wondering how many times does this happen in hotels with tourists who say that's not a good place to go for a family? How many times does it come with prospective investors who say, this is not a good situation to be in? Do you have any numbers on that?
All right, thank you. We'll start from that end for the response. Ambassador, we'll start from that end for the response and then move on. Please be quick. We are about finished. We don't have much time left. A couple of minutes.
Okay. Am I on? Okay. This will be quick as some of the slides showed. It's an upward trend. We have not reached that equilibrium point yet. And also the slides also show the factors. And this will be there for years to come. So we're looking at an up trend that will not slow down. So that's why we need to do something like what we're proposing to do. And that's why we need all of you to help us to be part of this very noble undertaking. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'll just answer the two on the trafficking, the gentleman here. Nothing's been done to address the gap. That's why that's why I'm here, or we're here. Our NGO has like 1.5 salaried people, a lot of goodwill, but people don't want to know about it because the money coming in that they think, but Okay, I've gone through all of that. We can talk about it later, but nothing. There's all this help out there. But the PICS. But the other matter about the hotels and so on, thank you, that's quite promising. We're aware of that. We're wanting to have a thing, and we actually in our Nandi work, quite a number of hotels, not all of them, some of them didn't want to know when we offered them training because they get money from someone using a room and taking a girl to sleep there or to underpay their staff. But we are trying to ask, there are things where they can sign a code, and we're also trying to have a label like you have, like in Australia, the Heart Foundation, a tick. So we can have on the things and they can put on their advertisements, we are a family friendly, we don't have trafficking at our hotel, but we're just at the thinking and wishing stage. We're needing the, yes.
Thank you, Patricia.
All right. Got some tough questions here, but the gentleman from Fiji, your question, if I understood it correctly, was if the OCTA was aware of the exploitation of workers, and the second part of your question was why was there discrepancy between the 6 women I described who came back with 20,000 and the Fijian workers who came back with just 500? Well, with the seasonal worker program and the RSC, as I mentioned before, there's a lot of red tape involved, like, a lot of rules in place to ensure that there is no exploitation. And these, we especially coordinate with Australia and New Zealand, as well as the countries, the sending countries themselves, to ensure that there's a contract that's specifically, given to the workers themselves. And these contracts are well written out and everything. And we, personally, from my point of view, haven't seen any cases of exploitation, because these farmers who sign up to these to be in the SWP or the RSC, they go through a vetting process. This is why I said, for example, some farmers opt to go for backpackers or illegal labor, because, there are far fewer rules involved with those. So with the SWP and the RSC, we don't really hear of any, cases of exploitation. I'm not saying that they don't occur, but if and when they do occur, they are dealt with properly. And the case you mentioned with the Fijian workers, is this the one where people weren't getting paid their full wages or something like that? Yeah, that's the case we were discussing. And as far as I know right now, the Australian government is looking into that one. That was in Australia, right? Yes. The Australian government, as far as I know, is looking into that to see where, who was responsible for exploiting those workers. But as I said before, this program is meant to ensure that there is very little, if any, exploitation occurring. And when it does occur, those involved are punished. And when you, the second part of your question regarding the discrepancy between the New Vanuatu women and the Fijian workers. Well, the truth is, a lot of these workers, the RSC actually released a report documenting Tongans, Samoans, and I think workers from Vanuatu as well, looking at the averages they bring back. And the average you mentioned of 500, was that for all Fijian workers? It could not have been for all Fijian workers. 10 of them, yeah. So that was clearly some case of maybe they were being shortchanged by their employer. And I need to stress this, I can't stress this enough, this is not the norm. Most people come back with far more than that.
And I can guarantee if you, whoever, is involved in, shortchanging those workers is probably not going to be in the program for much longer. And
thank you. I think we can continue the conversation at tea. We just have to break off. Thank you everyone for being here, and please show your appreciation to the presenters. Thank you.
I teach journalism here, and my students would love to use, well, your organization and you as a source on this issue. Do you have cards? I'll write them. Yeah. I'll write them to you.
Hi, my email is mbtano. mbtano 87.
Great. So we're doing a whole series on human migration.
Okay.
Refugees, but obviously this is an important thing. And she's amazing here. When the first few weeks I was here in Fiji, like, I mean, this guy like a draft.
Yeah. It is.
I mean, it's terrifying, and it's the desperation and all of those things. And I wondered on this question of exploitation too, like, it's also a cultural thing of maybe there are rights, but they don't know about their rights.
Yeah.
And in Fiji, we don't tend to make fuss about things.
Hey,
yeah.
say hello again. Yeah, good to see you again.
Hey.
Yeah.
I'll answer your question.
That's right.
But anyway,
Yeah.
no, it's good stuff. And we'll shoot you off an email, and I'm sure there'll be some students who have 5 minutes of your time.
I'll be glad to answer those questions.
Thanks so much.
All right,
Take
no
care,
problem.
my man.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Benjamin. I work at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade in New Zealand.
Oh, okay.
And I just wanted to let you know that as far as carpentry goes, get it from outside of your perspective. I think people, it's not those basic skills that get accompanied before, and as part of but it's actually the agricultural work that you do during the scheme. So it's things like, as someone that does carpentry for a Christchurch Rebuild program can't not learn carpentry during that time, right? So they do attain skills. So whilst I get what you mean, like you want to have a border-based education, which the colleagues from Australia challenged you on, maybe that needs to happen through aid programs in country. But what I want to highlight is that it's not just those skills programs, there's also the skills that are attained during the work, which I know now, having done 4 years of university education and 1 year of work, the amount of skills I've obtained from 1 year of work is much greater than the 4 years of education.
Yeah, the reason why I talked about the skills is, for example, in Bangladesh, a lot of the workers from one background are overseas, and especially for the mothers, they have the money, but I interviewed a lot of people to ask what they want, and in terms of skills and what they would apply back home, and a lot of them said, well, they love to see the sort of thing, like I was talking about, like with kids learning sort of like plumbing, electrician, and stuff like that, which apparently the RSCD, you have financial training, I think?
It's not my area of work, so I'm not going to answer questions that I don't know. I am aware of that expansion of the Christchurch rebuild.
Because the first people who is discussed too at Pales Rock is that is it still like a Crown Harbour? So it's some more involved on that.
I remember the country being named. I think fisheries involved Kiribati. Because fisheries is another trial. I think that involved Kiribati, and I can't remember that.
But with the Christchurch rebuild, with this, for example, with the carpentry, is there also
also there's construction involved as well. Yeah. And is that like once the weekend will those is there still going to be that
I think just putting it from like I mean the New Zealand approaches the RSE scheme from obviously like a mutual benefit, but also looks at their own benefits, right? It depends on where our skill shortages lie. I don't run the program and I don't know, but that's the obvious answer I can give you, right?
Yeah.
That what where we find gaps in our own, you know, where we have skill shortages or labour shortages, that's where we will look to.
Because I wasn't saying that this.
Hey mate,
I,
you just got cut off from my question.
Yeah.
Convenient timing.
Yeah. But what I was saying is that right now, I'll straight everything. You guys, as of the skills trade, you are what I mentioned, first day, basic and what else? Basic IT. Basically, my premise was that, you know, it would be, I'm not saying it's the best option, but one of the options that's possible to add
But it's not an employment. It's an employment program, not a training program. They have to go there to make money and work and like pick fruit in that season. And so if you lump up all these conditions where they have to get trained for this amount of time, farmers are going to do it because someone has to pay for it.
Yeah, true.
It's not an aid program.
Yeah, true.
So
Right.
This works, right? It works, and it gives people a huge amount of income that they otherwise would not have access to in a non-skilled environment. Vanuatu or Fiji or anywhere in the Pacific.
True, but
So why not from an advocate expansion over?
Okay. I'm supposed to introduce the chair, but I think he needs no introduction. The best looking organizer, aside from me, we have Matt Dornan chairing this session. Thank you. This is a governance session.
Thanks very much, Prince. So, as Prince said, this is the governance session. Sorry, Prince, can you pass me that piece of paper? Thanks. There has actually been a bit of a change to the program. Unfortunately, the first speaker, Cameron, had to pull out at the last minute. So what we've done is we have moved Tess Newton-Kane, who was scheduled to present in parallel session 4C, into our session. So she's going to be presenting a paper called Where Did Our Renaissance Go? Challenges Facing the Melanesian Spearhead Group. So she'll speak third. First we will have Wawan Juswanto, and after him Josh Utoikamanu. So I might just introduce the speakers now. So Wawan is a senior economist and special advisor to the Dean of the Asian Development Bank Institute. He's been at ADBI since the beginning of this year. Prior to that, he worked in the Ministry of Finance in Indonesia, where he worked across a number of positions, mostly in the Fiscal Policy Agency. He earned both his Master's and PhD in International Development from Nagoya University in Japan. So he will speak first. Second will be Josh. So many of you know Josh because he has been based at USP for a number of years, and he lives here in Suva. So he's the former director of the Pacific Islands Centre for Public Administration at USP. He's been a consultant for the ADB for many years. Between 2001 and 2008, he was the Minister for Finance of Tonga. And before that, from 1991 to 2001, he spent 10 years as Governor of the National Reserve Bank of Tonga. The third speaker, Tess Newton-Kane. Tess is a... I can't find your bio, but I think I can do it off by heart anyway. Tess lives in Vanuatu. She's a citizen of Vanuatu. She's associated with the Development Policy Centre, where she is a fellow. She also is an adjunct at James Cook University in Cairns, and she's done a lot of work on regionalism, some of it with me, but this particular presentation will be focused on the MSG. So without further delay, Wawan, would you like to begin?
Okay, thank you, Matt, for the introduction. So, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, in this opportunity, I would like to present about the efficiency and the fairness in the government expenditure, and I'll take a case study in Papua New Guinea education sector. Before I start my presentation, I would like to mention that this is my personal research. It's not my announcement is not represent the organization. And the second one, to be honest, I'm not really expert on the Papua New Guinea. This is the first time for me to study on the Pacific region. But I have done some study on this same topic mostly in an ASEAN country, and I think this method or this approach can be used to the government in Pacific region. And in this case, I try to find the case study in Papua New Guinea. So this is the outline of my presentation. I hope I can finish in 15 minutes. So first, I would like to explain a little bit about the background. This this government expenditure and long-term poverty reduction strategy. So in my presentation, I would like to present about how this fiscal policy can be used to reduce the poverty reduction in the long term. And the problem and solution and explanation of the approach is called benefit incident analysis approach. And then I tried to use the data from Papua New Guinea and then conclusion. So this is very short background. I believe when you expert on this long-term or poverty reduction is common, but let me review a little bit. So basically, a person living in poverty condition in most cases because they are born in poor household, unfortunately. And the poor household in most cases, they cannot provide a good, they cannot provide a sufficient nutrition to their children. So the children have a low nutrition condition. And by low nutrition condition, they have a low health condition. And also the poor household cannot provide a good education, or cannot send their children to education system. So in most cases, they have a low education system, low education level. And even they can send the children to the education, to the school, but because they have a low nutrition, low health condition, in most cases, these children from poor household cannot achieve, a good achievement in the school. And by this combination, we will produce low productivity human resources. And low productivity human resources will have low income. And when they grow up, they will set up a new household and become a new poor household. So in many economists, in poverty reduction economists, they said that it's called a poverty trap. So what we can do, one thing, and I think this is the most important, than the government intervention. And government intervention in most developing countries should provide free or maybe cheap universal education and health services. So that's the background. So this is just the literature review, that's what I have mentioned before. But let me explain about the problem and proposed solution for this problem. So what should government do for the targeted spending? Because in this case, government has to target the spending to a certain portion of population, which is poor household. And the most important thing is that identify who receives this benefit from the spending. That's the most important. What's the main challenge? In most cases in developing country is data availability. And I will talk also about the PNG. And my experience in ASEAN country, we have a struggle in data availability, but I found that in Pacific region even more harder. This morning I have a discussion with Matt and Christopher that in PNG the data is still very poor, but I try to find this solution. And what is the solution? There are many alternatives, but I propose to have this call it benefit incident analysis. This analysis actually is not a new method, but it's developed by the World Bank a few years ago and has been used by many experts or many countries in the world. So this is just a very simple explanation. Actually, this is not a sophisticated method. In principle, this approach is try to utilize the household survey of the country. Using this household survey, we try to estimate the number of person. In this case, I will use the education sector. So the number of students in each group of income, or we can group it the population into many indicators. But in my case, I will use an income indicator. So if we try to find the data, for example, to the Ministry of Education, yes, we have data of the number of students in each level of education. But unfortunately, in most cases, we cannot find the background of this student, most especially the condition of the household of the student. So we use this approach using the household survey to find the background of this student in each level of education. So this approach is using basically using that kind of approach. So I propose a very simple thing actually, and can be used for everyone, because it's just use a simple program, spreadsheet program. But this is the step that we can do. We obtain the unit cost of the education providing by government, and then we try to categorize the people using the welfare measure in my case, and you can use the other grouping, for example, gender or region and etc. And then obtain the enrolled student in this level of education. This is using a household survey, and try to derive the benefit that each group can be, in its group. So I'm trying to find the data of this country, Papua New Guinea. Maybe some of you coming from Papua New Guinea can have advice for me, and this is still preliminary study. I hope I can work on it further more. So this is the, I'm trying to say that is the poverty a problem in this region? And looking at this table, I said yes, because most of the country have in Pacific region have a poverty reduction. I mean poverty incident, poverty people or population below the poverty lines around like 25%, 20% above, and based on the compared to other region is quite high. And especially in Papua New Guinea in 2014, I got this data from the ADB basic statistic, is 28% of the people living below the poverty line, and it used the national poverty line. So from population about 7.6 million, 2.1 million is still living below the poverty line. And I also try to understand what's the Papua New Guinea education system, and they have, and I'm focusing on basic education. So they have a primary, middle, and secondary. So the primary education is elementary education, and grade 1 to grade 6, and age 7 to 12. And middle is like 7 to grade 10 for age 13 to 15. And then secondary is 2 years national high school is for 18 to 19, and then tertiary or university education. And once again, I just found that it's very difficult to find the data for this Papua New Guinea country, and try to estimate using some data from the World Bank and also from the PNG Household Income Expenditure Survey 2009-2010. But what I want to show you here is that this is some education expert call it the gross enrollment rate. So basically, if you see here, the gross enrollment rate in primary education is about like 80%. But once you go to the middle, then the gross enrollment is less than 20%. It's mean many people just stop until the primary education. That's simple thing of this table. So many people in PNG just finished. I mean, most of them are finished. Even if you go to secondary, the rate is very low, less than 5%, I think. And using the method, we try to grouping this is using this household survey. I try to group the population into 5 groups. So the group 1 is the poorest group by income, and the group number 5 is the highest, I mean the richest of the population. And if you look at the group table 3 and table 4, so table 4 is just the share. So from this table 4, we easily can see that. So maybe if you said the number is a bit difficult, but we can draw this. So basically, this we call it the concentration curve. So if the curve is below this 45 degrees, the black one, it means that it's favor to relatively higher level of income. So we can see here, the blue one and the red one is the primary and middle is favor to relatively lower income population, and then the secondary is in favor to higher level of income. So it's very, very simple. And then based on this situation, and unfortunately so far I cannot not yet receive get the data about how the government expenditure on each level of education in Papua New Guinea. But then using this distribution of education, once we know the distribution, then government can use this map to distribute the expenditure of their expenditure on education. So primarily conclusions that the distribution of education expenditure on primary and middle education will be relatively in favor of lower income population, while distribution of education expenditure on secondary education will be relatively in favor of higher income population. So what can be recommendation on for this finding, the primarily findings that for long-term, medium-term poverty reduction goals, given the size of education spending, we have a limited budget, of course, the government of PNG should place priority on primary and middle education, because both levels are relatively in favor of lower income population. And moreover, actually, that as I previously showed to you, that many people just stop in the primary. So the bottleneck for this country is in the middle education level. So thank you.
I'm going to make a short presentation on public sector management in the Pacific Islands. I make the point here that asset management affects economic growth and poverty alleviation, a key target for all the countries. In the presentations made yesterday, there were a lot of discussions about investment in infrastructure, and what I have here is taken from a recent report by the Pacific Regional Investment Facility, where they estimated that around $2 billion will be spent in infrastructure over a period since 2009. I'm going to deliver the message that while we talk about investment in infrastructure, we should at least be cautious about what the actual outcomes are going to be, because I'm going to suggest that the linkage is not always straightforward. I'd like to just touch base on some of the characteristics of the Pacific Island countries. I suppose that for all of you, this is nothing new. We're small, we're remote, and we have very limited land area. If you take out Papua New Guinea from the equation, the land area is very small indeed. Again, 10 million people, if you take out Papua New Guinea, we're left with about 2 million. And you have different growths of, rates of growth in different countries. You have depopulation in some, like maybe Cook Islands and Niue, whereas population growth in Solomon Islands, population is expected to exceed that of Fiji by 2030. We have dispersion of population and territories. According to research by the World Bank, 72% of population live in settlements of less than 10,000 people. Now this has implications for service delivery and particularly for infrastructure. And they live on 69 dispersed islands. There is, of course, the usual ethnic diversity. You have your traditional governance systems which apply at different levels. The national level, regional level, island level, village level, family level. And everything's kind of fluid. So trying to understand them can be a challenge. We all know about vulnerability to natural disasters. Research suggests that over the past 60 years, there's been something like 2,400 cyclones in the region. The annual losses related to natural disasters is like 2.3% of GDP, which is a fairly big number. Just to round things off, when you talk about the losses, you look at the size of the public sector. On average, the public sector consumes 55% of GDP in the Pacific. Public sector wages consume 17%. Now, these are important numbers when we discuss financing of maintenance. Of course, it's well known that aid in the Pacific is amongst the highest in the world. According to OECD numbers, in 2013, per capita aid to the Pacific was around 223 US, compared with $26 for all developing countries. Economic growth that has been touched on in all the various presentations during the different sessions, but it's fair to say that we're lagging behind other regions. So these are the characteristics, and they form the framework in which we talk about asset management. This table is based on surveys done by the World Bank and the ADB over time. The main message that comes out of this table is that maintenance is a continuing problem. The PRIF report in 2013, which talked about challenging the build, neglect, rebuild paradigm, is spot on. Countries will invest in new infrastructure and then simply ignore it. They will not provide any funding for it, and they would rather build new infrastructure rather than maintain or repair existing ones. And I'd like to discuss a little bit of that. The other message that comes across is that where the private sector is involved in service delivery, particularly telecommunications, the level of service is much better compared to those that's being managed by government departments or even some SOEs. Roads are not in good shape, although there are notable exceptions to that. Fiji, for example, is making a massive effort to catch up, not only with maintenance that should have been done in the past, but going forward. I think Tonga is doing the same, and Samoa as well. But the general story is a lot of the resources are focused on urban areas, and rural areas not a high level of priority. So if you're talking about inclusive growth, there's your challenge. Some of the issues that come across, and here I'm depending on the report done by PRIF about the low levels of access in rural areas to infrastructure. There are low priorities. There's inefficient subsidy arrangements. Governments sometimes make non-transparent decisions on offering monopolies to selected service providers. Despite having a perfectly effective procurement system in place. The lack of legal support for alternative modes. You have low labor productivity and inappropriate pricing policies. I now would like to talk about governance and public sector asset management. Why is it the way it is? I start by looking at how modern asset management practices has evolved. And to some extent, we find that the UK, Australia, and New Zealand were at the forefront of the reforms of bringing in new public management practices, moving away from the old traditional public administration and bringing in strategic planning, prioritization, and value for money thinking. Introducing accrual accounting. So these policies were then transformed and imported into the developing countries, the Pacific countries, during the 1990s and the 2000s. Unfortunately, the results were not great. We had Asian Development Bank providing support, as did the other bilateral programs, in trying to move the country's traditional public administration systems to the new public management. They did this by the introduction of formal contracts, performance agreements, and setting delivery targets. Basically, that's a work in progress. Very quickly, like I mentioned earlier, one of the key issues, one of the key lessons is that where modern methods of asset management is associated with the private sector is applied, the results are better than where government departments are responsible. So why is that? I argue that it's due to poor political capacity and lack of leadership. Policymakers simply don't want to talk about asset management or maintenance. It's easier to negotiate aid for a new road or a new bridge or a new airport than to allocate funding for maintenance. Election cycles are short. They play a part in the deliberations by policymakers. Dealing with different aid partners is important, particularly when dealing with, say, China. When China came into the Pacific, they brought a whole different approach towards providing aid. For example, they didn't have long reviews and analysis of the long-term implications of their investment. They did a 20-page loan agreement that didn't really say very much, except that they would build roads and bridges, and politicians love that. Of course, quality suffered, but that's another issue. Government budget constraints. According to the PRIF study, it said there that Pacific countries should be allocating between 5 and 7% of GDP to maintenance, which they're not. Why? Because there's aid donors who are willing to offer to build new investments. And it suits the election cycle. You have problems with public financial management processes and things like dual budget systems. You have a recurrent budget and a development budget in a lot of the Pacific countries. And unfortunately, even though the staff are based in the same ministry, they don't talk to each other. Pricing policies are also an issue raised in the PRIF report, and capacity planning, capacity for planning of asset management maintenance and maintenance is also an issue. These are all limitations which suggest to me that dependence on investment lifting economic growth in the long term should be treated with caution. The main thing that we need is political stability and capacity. We need a functioning parliament. We need public accounts committees which meet and ask questions about why roads are not being maintained, why bridges are not being maintained, simple things like that. Where that's not happening, why should the ministries worry about it? And so the options for addressing, the options to improve asset management, there are 4 suggestions here: dealing with the resource constraints, building accountability and the appropriate incentives within the public sector, and building up organizational capacity. And of course, being more proactive in dealing with development partners. here is just a list of good practices. This shows how you do things rather than just going through the list of what to do. And just to wrap it up, the challenges are there, but given enough will and support from development partners, there are certain steps that can be taken to address this and deliver the desired outcomes. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to come and stand over here because otherwise you won't be able to see me because I'm not tall enough to stand behind and talk about inclusivity. It's about time we got lecterns made a bit more inclusive. Okay, so my consideration of governance moves to the regional, sub-regional level. When at that level, in terms of regional governance, as we know, further to the implementation of the Framework for Pacific Regionalism, there is an ongoing consideration of improved governance at the regional level, including how resources are allocated and managed at the regional level. And part of that consideration is what role, if any, is there for an improved interface between regional and sub-regional institutions. And so I'm looking at that from the position of the Melanesian Spearhead Group. Now, you may be wondering where this very elaborate title for my presentation comes from. And it comes from the fact that last year I was coaxed out of academic retirement to write a chapter for a book called The New Pacific Diplomacy, and I was given the title of the chapter to write to, which was The Renaissance of the Melanesian Spearhead Group, which basically took as its premise that since about 2009, or maybe a bit before, the Melanesian Spearhead Group had demonstrated a renaissance, a growth in profile, a growth in strength. So what I'm going to look at during this presentation is the evidence for that premise and what has happened since this book came out, which was not a long time ago, but the Melanesian Spearhead Group seems to be determined to render this particular piece of writing obsolete before it even really gets going. So the evidence for this renaissance includes things like its longevity, so it's been around for a while. It has had, up until very recently, a high level of political engagement, and some of that is captured in the most recent forward plan for the MSG. It has successfully negotiated a sub-regional trade agreement, although that is one of the things that's currently suffering a bit. It's introduced a skilled movement scheme within Melanesian countries, which certainly exists on paper. It's the actual implementation of that scheme is something else that's also not as far along as we might have expected it to be. And it's also demonstrated a certain amount of diplomatic innovation, particularly in relation to where we're currently at, which it's managed to have a West Papuan representation group and Indonesia in the same forum, which is obviously something that we maybe wouldn't have expected to see 10 years ago. It's something that the MSG should be congratulated on, but as we're going to see, it's possibly the reason why the MSG now finds itself in a whole range of pickles. So the challenge is, now as Matt said, I was supposed to be in the trade session, so I decided I should put some trade in here. Trade troubles have been problematic for the MSG, and they've manifested themselves in several ways. The picture of Fiji water, which we're all enjoying, and I love drinking Fiji water when I am here in Fiji. When I'm at home in Vanuatu, I get a bit disappointed when I am offered Fiji water, because we have perfectly good water preparation operations of our own. But what that illustrates is that the MSG trade agreement has obviously been seen to have benefited some countries more than others, and in particular Fiji. Below that, we've got the ox and palm corned beef, one of PNG's signature products. As we know, there is an ongoing dispute between PNG and Fiji about being able to bring in ox and palm. Fiji maintain that it's a biohazard issue, it's a sanitary issue. PNG complain that it's a politics issue, but whatever the reason is, despite the fact that the trade agreement is in place, you can't get ox and palm out of Papua New Guinea into Fiji. And then to the far right, we have a reminder of the famous, no doubt you will all recall, the great Kava versus breakfast crackers war between Fiji and Vanuatu. So Vanuatu sought to prevent the import of breakfast crackers from Fiji in order to protect its domestic industry, despite the fact that it was allowed under the trade agreement. Fiji responded by banning the import of Vanuatu kava. Needless to say, that didn't last long. But these are all indications of how the fact that this agreement was in place and appeared to have this high-level political engagement and acceptance, when it actually comes to making it work in practice across wharves and, at the borders, the implications sometimes overcome the intent. The most significant issue that we're talking about at the moment, and is going to be the big talking point, is the issue of membership. And the membership issue really centres around how the MSG can or should accommodate the interests of West Papuan representative groups. So this is a timeline of how that has played out. I'm not going to go through the history. I will leave that there for you to just quickly absorb, because it goes on and on. Just to update those of you who don't yet know what happened last week in Honiara at the Special Leaders Summit, after a very tense lead up and after 2 failed attempts to get the leaders together this year, they did meet in Honiara last week. And what has been decided is that the decision for the ULMWP admission will be deferred until September, when they will reconvene in Port Vila, hosted by the Vanuatu government. In the meantime, the Secretariat has been tasked with formulating criteria for membership of the MSG. That may beg the question as to why those criteria didn't exist before. That's just the smoke screen for what really needs to happen, which is there will be yet more back-channel diplomacy around trying to achieve some sort of consensus before the meeting in September. The real politic of that is that the chances of achieving that consensus are not going to improve between now and September, so we just have to wait and see what happens. So that is a really key issue, and this is the one that is now causing political people, the politicians, members of the political leadership in some member countries, particularly Vanuatu, but also Solomon Islands, to start saying things like they don't consider the MSG to be relevant anymore. It's also the issue around which we're seeing an increasing division between the views of civil society as expressed by groups such as Piango and the Pacific Council of Churches, as well as national groupings, that they are very concerned that their leaders are not taking forward those views and acting on them in this sub-regional forum. And then challenge 3 in this Gordian knot is that of funding. So there are various aspects to the funding. There's the costs of maintaining the Secretariat building in Port Vila, further to its construction, which was funded by China. There are staffing costs, which have become very controversial quite recently. There are costs of meetings. There are difficulties in getting member countries to pay their agreed share of the funding. That's complicated by the fact that the FLNKS is not in a position to contribute at all because of its status, so its costs are shared among the other members. It receives minimal project funding, and Melanesian Solutions was touted as a possible way of addressing this, which was a somewhat interesting concept of using the MSG Secretariat becoming a consulting firm to and use it, basically doing consultancy. So last week in Honiara, what happened? Was the appointment of the new DG confirmed? Yes, it was. Earlier in the year, this was looking to be a very contentious issue, with Vanuatu particularly concerned that the appointment of Mr. Yavola had been rushed through without going through proper processes. That wrinkle now seems to have been ironed out, and he has been confirmed as the new DG. Was the third iteration of the MSGTA signed? No, it wasn't. The work of the foreign and trade ministers on getting the text in place was acknowledged and accepted by leaders, and they were sent away to work on national issues to get all their national processes in line prior to the signing of that agreement. Was ULMWP made a full member of the MSG? No, it wasn't. It retains its observer status for now, and that decision has been deferred until September, as I've already mentioned. Was Indonesia asked to leave the MSG? This is a particular position adopted by Vanuatu, which it sees as a corollary of admission of ULMWP, is that Indonesia is asked to leave. That did not happen. Indonesia retains its status as an associate member. What else happened? Well, Melanesian Solutions was canned, which was probably a very good idea, because nobody really understood what the business case for it was. There were some references made, perhaps most significantly in terms of the funding, to some significant restructures, particularly at the Secretariat. So we don't know whether that means the Secretariat will be reduced in size, or whether different things will be done, but certainly we're expecting to see some fairly significant restructuring done, largely around the need to cut costs. There were also some approvals given to things such as an approval for a sub-regional police ministers meeting. And this is indicative of what we've seen elsewhere in the MSG, is setting up of what you could call sub-regional architecture of bringing together their foreign ministers, their trade ministers. Now they're looking at police ministers. They've explored things like a common customs union, a common currency. All of these things are in various stages of discussion, research, analysis, and approval going forward. So what does this mean for the future of the MSG? I often get asked, is this it? Is this going to pull the MSG apart? The MSG has weathered a number of storms already, including issues around chairing arrangements in 2010, where there was pressure not to pass the chairing to Fiji, but they went ahead and did that. There were issues between Solomon Islands and Papua New Guinea during the Bougainville crisis about border issues. So there have been a number of storms already that the MSG has weathered. So, we would hope that they can weather this one as well. It is particularly significant. It's very, the conversations tend to be very emotive, particularly around the West Papua issue. I tend to be a bit more prosaic about it, in that I think it's going to come down to the money. There are certainly some very worrying indications that key members of the group are increasingly feeling frustrated by the way it's moving. There's a lot of blame shifting going on, so the political leaders are very keen to blame the Secretariat. Certainly the past leadership of the Secretariat and the new DG has said that he's walked into a mess and it's all awful, and he's got this huge amount of work to do. He comes with a very interesting background, including a previous position with the Pacific Islands Development Forum. And certainly what we may see is an increasing convergence of activity between MSG and PIDF. And what that means going forward is hard to tell. I don't think the story's over yet. I think 2016 is going to continue to be a difficult year for the MSG, and it may be that it looks quite different by the end of the year than it did at the start. I think certainly in terms of the regionalism, sub-regionalism interface, this is the area that's going to require the most amount of attention, both in terms of maximising available opportunities and also mitigating any risks. And I think that's it. That's it.
All right, thank you. Can I please get the speakers up the front here? So there were three excellent presentations, a rather eclectic set of presentations. Sometimes you'll get chairs try to force a link between the three presentations. I'm not going to do that. I think I would fail. But we might try to group questions for particular presenters. But I might just ask for questions generally to begin with, and then we'll go from there. So, does anyone have a question? Up the front here, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Wawan. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation. I agree with your suggestion that to escape a poverty trap for poor households, government should give a priority on education. So I think for this money will matter. So I'm curious about what percentage of budget does Papua New Guinea PNG spend on public education? Is this significant for the country? And also about the compulsory education system. So for PNG, is this the compulsory education system is not possible right now in terms of the budget burden for the country? Thank you.
Okay, if you can just hold off for one, we might get a set of questions. So we've begun with a question on education in PNG. So does anyone else have a question on that first presentation? Okay, if you can answer that first question to begin with.
Okay, it's working. Thank you, Dr. Ryu, for your question. Yes, as I mentioned in my presentation, is so far it's very difficult for me to find the data of this PNG education spending, and really I cannot answer your question how much percentage of this budget of the PNG on the education sector, and I think this is my homework to find this issue. And about the compulsory education, as far as I understand that so far PNG government has not declared the compulsory education in their country. So that's so far I understand. Yeah, I think in most developing country we introduce the compulsory education but my understanding in PNG, I don't know, maybe Matt know better than me, that I found that so far no compulsory education, and I think they should put this compulsory education as at least like 9 years education, compulsory education.
So this is something that a number of colleagues of mine have done work on in the Development Policy Centre, and PNG has, under the O'Neill government, put in place a tuition-free education policy, and there is a bit of analysis around the effects of that. A question for you. your model basically just looked at the number of students. It didn't look at the quality of education. So I wanted to ask if that's something that is important, and certainly from the work that we've done at the centre, that seems to be a very big issue in PNG. I guess the question is, can you measure quality, or can you include quality in your analysis?
Yeah, so this method actually is that's the weakness, because the assumption, one of the assumption is that the cost per students is assumed to be same, but actually it's not. It's region, and the second one is not. We cannot analyze the quality for this method. But this method can be used to, because the background is that the government have a limited budget, and the government has to provide this budget for targeted population. So this method tried to help the policymaker to mapping their population based on the education and income.
Are there any other questions regarding that first presentation? Okay, I'll open the floor to other questions more broadly. I'll begin in that case. Oh, we have one here, please.
Thank you, and thanks to all the presenters. This is really a question for Tess. Tess, that the MSG has had. Well, it has constantly reinvented. This is a proposition that I'd love you to comment on, and then a question. So the proposition is that the MSG has constantly reinvented itself. It was born out of solidarity for colonised Melanesian peoples. Fiji stayed absent, distant from their grouping for a very long time, and then joined. The grouping went from being essentially one focused on post-colonial issues to one focused on trade issues, and I think you could argue with a great deal of success at least at times, although as you pointed out, with some difficulties as well. It's clearly a period of flux, as you've said now. I guess my proposition is, it has always been a grouping that has sort of rearranged itself. Do you think that's true, and do you think that will continue to be the way into the future? And then, taking that history into account and where we are now, what do you think the Melanesian Spearhead Group looks like, and what will it be focusing on 10 years down the track? Thanks.
Right, just needed to press the right thing. I agree. It's very hard to sort of say the MSG has always been X, because the transitions that you've mentioned are certainly valid. I think this is a period of flux. I think what is possibly different about this one is that we are seeing much more public criticism among the leadership. So we had a very strong statement by Vanuatu and Solomon Islands at the beginning of the year around the appointment of the DG. We've had, Vanuatu making it public that the Prime Minister has written to the Prime Minister of Solomon Islands, subject to what happened in Honiara. The Prime Minister of Vanuatu basically said, this organisation is failing the people of this region. So that level of public angst being voiced at that level is something I think that renders this transition period different from some of the others, and I think it is one that we would generally find concerning. Having said that, as we know, within the context of Melanesian politics, these things can be worked through and accommodations can be made. The Indonesian influence, it's easy to overstate it, but I also think it would be naive to understate it. I think we saw in the lead up to the meeting in Honiara a very aggressive diplomatic media, social media campaign by the Indonesian leadership against admission of the ULMWP, and that manifested itself in different ways. So for as long as Indonesia remains at the table, it is going to quite rightly see itself as having a role to play in influencing the decision making, and it is going to exercise that role. It brings with it never-ending resources compared to other countries that might seek to counterbalance that. So I think this period of flux is possibly one that could be more transformational than others, and what that transformation looks like, we've yet to see. I think in 10 years' time, we will see an MSG that is, one way or another, much more responsive to the needs of the entire Melanesian community. I think we will see national leaders demanding more of the MSG in terms of supporting their ability to respond to their community's demands. I think the risk of the MSG is that, which regional organisations suffer from as well, is that there are no votes in the MSG, so nobody gets elected in West Santa on the basis of, oh, I'm going to go to the MSG and do X. So if the MSG is going to continue to keep or retain the political buy-in that it's had so far, it's going to need to be able to provide something to Melanesian politicians that they can take back to their constituents and demonstrate as being beneficial for them. And I think what we will see is an increasing focus on activities that support, benefit young people. So what we may see is an increased focus on cultural and sporting and educational links.
Thanks, Tess. Any other questions related to the MSG? Up the back, I think.
It's me? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Tess, for that update. You made a intriguing comment about staff costs being an issue, and I have heard that from others, but could you elaborate on...
No, you didn't. You heard it from me last night.
No, but I heard it from you and from others, so I'm very keen to find out. I mean, it's unusual that staff costs should be an issue.
The staff costs are an issue. Well, the costs in general are an issue because it's an expensive organisation to run. There is information available non-publicly or not written down that staff salaries were increased significantly during last year. On the basis for that, I don't know what it is. So there is a certain amount of discontent among the people that write the checks that the debt was established from within the Secretariat with no real basis in terms of what this was going to deliver for the group as a whole. So certainly we can expect to see staffing structures and costs being very much a focus of the cost-cutting measures that we can expect over the next little while.
All right, thank you. Were there any other questions? There's one at the back.
Just a question to Tess. It's just paraphrasing that last comment you made, Tess, about the opportunity and the risk. And just a general comment around sub-regionalism. What opportunity do you see sub-regionalism presents? What risk does it present in its interface with regionalism under the framework for Pacific regionalism? In light of the many sub-regional groups, the MSG, the Polynesian leaders and others.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think, well, first of all, the framework for Pacific regionalism envisages sub-regionalism as being part of the way forward. So I think that in itself presents a really important opportunity. I think there is a perception on the part of sub-regional groups, not just the MSG, but the others as well, that they've been largely ignored by regional crop agencies and other regional institutions. So the fact that there is now an opening for that dialogue, I think, is something that's very important. I think there are opportunities. I mean, and I've mentioned this, I think, to the people at the Secretariat before. If the issue of West Papua is now on the agenda of the Pacific Island Forum leaders, and that is a good thing in some ways, but it's also, it's an uncomfortable place for it to be for various reasons. Now, if the MSG were in a position to take it on, it could be given that issue to deal with on behalf of the region as a whole. So that would be a huge opportunity for the sub-regional strength to take forward an issue that has become important to the region as a whole. The risk is that if the sub-regional entity is not coping or is struggling or is divided, it then lessens its availability to take on those roles for the region. I also think that there are, when you look at the other bit of, the other type of sub-regionalism, which the parties to the Nauru Agreement is an example of, which is where countries come together around an issue, not necessarily because they're geographically located close together or because they've got cultural ties, but because they've got a thing they want to work on, that again, there is an opportunity for the regional agencies to devolve governance and resources to a sub-regional grouping that's best placed to develop a practice or expertise or a pool of service delivery. And this draws on the work that Matt and I did recently about whether sub-regionalism is better, whether pooling of service delivery can be better achieved at the sub-regional level than at the regional level. The jury's still out on that. I think when we did that work, I was very enthusiastic and Matt was less so, and as is the way of things, I now tend to agree more with Matt than I did with my previous position.
Thank you for that admission, Tess. Any other questions on the MSG or on sub-regionalism? I might throw in one then. I wanted to get your thoughts on what do you think is going to happen with regards to the referendum in Bougainville? How is that going to affect the MSG? And do you think that the MSG has a role to play in negotiating potential tension between PNG and Solomon Islands?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, at the very basic level, if Bougainville were to secede further to the referendum, we would expect it to, if it wanted to join a sub-regional organisation, the MSG would be the one it would join, most likely. So that would increase the membership of the MSG in a way different to if New Caledonia becomes independent. If the MSG, I think, would certainly, again, if the MSG has sufficient internal strength, I think it would be very well placed to assist with overseeing that process in a similar way to how it oversees the Namur Accords in New Caledonia. Obviously, it's got a vested interest in seeing that process proceed smoothly and safely and appropriately. Again, I think the risk is that there's the internal divisions and disruptions make it very difficult for it to take on any extra external responsibility at this current time, but hopefully that will improve sooner rather than later.
So we might move on to the third presentation. Are there any questions for Josh? A quiet audience today. So I have one. Oh, there is one? Here in the middle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Josh, for your meticulous presentation. My question is that earlier in your presentation, you mentioned that despite the massive investment in infrastructure in the Pacific Island countries, it did not always yield the desired results. And so one of the reasons is that also, like for a particular project, if a budget is allocated by the time the project is completed, the budget allocation for that particular project, rises astronomically, and like it's inflated. So what could be like some of the reasons as to why like it does not, despite the massive like investment pumped in in the infrastructure projects, it, like it does not get the, does not obtain the desired results on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. There's several reasons as to why they don't always deliver the desired results. First of all, the manner in which those who are responsible for building the projects are selected, and the lack of proper supervision. For example, I know that in Tonga, we took out a large loan to build new buildings after we had a slight internal problem, which resulted in part of our central business district being burned down. We took out a loan. The buildings were put up by contractors over whom we had no control. And the result was that we had buildings which were already in the process of deteriorating before they were actually opened. So it's being able to deal with procurement, dealing with donors, and being able to identify partners who can provide you with the right type of support. The other issue is that quite often within the public sector, you don't have enough qualified people who can ensure that projects are managed adequately and brought to fruition. There is also a tendency at policy makers level, that is within ministers, that they are less interested in maintaining projects after they are completed. They are only interested in new ones. It's the old tendency to prefer to have large openings where they have lots of photo opportunities. There's no such photo opportunity if someone has maintained a bridge. But putting up a new bridge is a big plus for them. So that's the sort of issue that we have. There's a saying that sometimes donors would give you a large asset, but when you talk about long-term maintenance, what you're actually being handed is a huge liability. So I hope that addresses your question.
Any other questions for Josh?
Thank you, Josh, for the presentation. You talked about putting in place incentive structures to ensure that there was good maintenance on public assets. Could you tell us a little bit more about what you meant by that and what that might look like? Thank you.
Part of the challenge that has been discovered in terms of the implementation of infrastructure projects is that sometimes stakeholders are not involved. Those who have an interest that roads which are built through their village are maintained. And when that happens, there's a sort of a disconnect. What we need is to involve stakeholders so that they would be able to draw the attention of the authorities to repairs that need to be done. Otherwise, when assets deteriorate, they simply shrug their shoulders and say, well, that's not our problem. We'll wait for the next donor to turn up and build another one. So it's changing the culture, changing the mindset so that there is inclusiveness. That's one of the suggestions that I have. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Josh. There's one up the front here.
Thank you, Josh, for the a very good presentation. And asset management is a very big problem where I come from in Kiribati as well. And one of the ideas that is being floated around to solve the long-term management issues or the maintenance issues is to incorporate the maintenance as part of the procurement process, so that the supplier of the equipment or the asset is also responsible for the maintenance. Is that a workable solution?
Thank you. Yes, I think that that is one of the solutions that has been suggested. So that when new programs or new projects are designed, you already build in the need for future maintenance, or better still, design structures that would require minimum maintenance over time, so that it becomes an integrated part of the whole planning process. The challenge for some of the countries is that they do not have the skilled manpower to work on this, to insist that these should be part of the whole planning process. Otherwise, the practice is that if donors are responsible for funding a particular project, they come with their own way of doing things. And sometimes they don't listen to what countries recommend. And that can be an issue that has to be addressed. And if I'd had more time, I would have expanded on that. So I think you have raised a very pertinent point there. Thank you.
I might jump in then with my question because it also relates to donors. So I guess in your talk you spoke about some of the political obstacles to maintenance, the rewards from large infrastructure projects as opposed to ongoing maintenance. If you read the literature internationally, the other argument is that poor maintenance is the result of donor activities because donors themselves favour very large infrastructure projects over, which I guess provides incentives for the recipient country to simply try to get as many projects as possible and not maintain them because they'll be replaced anyway. I wanted to ask you for your thoughts on the activities of donors and ways in which donors could improve their practice in order to encourage maintenance in the region.
Thanks for that, Matt. I think donor practices are a key factor in the way that projects are designed. We talk about election cycles for countries, but you also have election cycles in the donor countries. And not only do you have election cycles, but you have organizational structure within the bureaucracy which is responsible for administration of aid. So all these factors, sometimes they are aligned and you're very fortunate you end up with a good project. If they're not aligned, you have sudden reductions at the political level in the amount of aid that's available. You have changes within the bureaucracy in how they do things and their priorities, they change, and the countries are left trying to play catch up. Sometimes they just give up and say, well, whatever you do is fine with us. We'll worry about the consequences later. Politicians can say that because in some countries they're in office for only 3 years. And then comes the next election and they're out. So, but for stakeholders, they have a long-term interest in projects that, as they are designed, and how that works out. So there needs to be a better understanding of how the donor community operates. There's a lot of talk, for example, about harmonization, but I think that's a work in progress. It's very difficult for organizations to give up the way they have done things in order to meet what another organization wants. There's a lot of discussion, and Pacific countries are sometimes left in the dark as to how that is done. Certainly when dealing with China, it's completely in the dark. When negotiating with officials in China, you sometimes have no idea who you're talking to. And that lack of transparency needs to be dealt with.
Any other comments or questions related to that point or to Josh's presentation more broadly? Okay, I'll throw the floor open to other questions for any of the three presenters. This is your last chance, otherwise I'll bring this session to a close. All right, well, please join me in thanking the three presenters. We're a little early, but we'll have lunch shortly.
Lunchtime. Tosok. Okay, see the guy. I'm going to go. It's your next day. That's it. You go in. I kiss a light on. That was a baby, maybe. चलो ये कितना में है पिक्पा ये कौन सी दे उसके दाम में फोटो ला उसके यूएसबी है ये कोई
Excuse me. Lunch is available at the tent outside. It's open to all participants. There's some people thought that it's only for speakers and presenters. It's open to all participants, the lunch. So it's now available at the tent outside. Thank you.
just gonna.
Hello, good afternoon. We're going to start the session now. It looks like the crowd has gotten thinner and thinner, but we have a good reason. You're competing with two other very interesting topics on sovereign wealth funds and labor market issues. So those of you who are here must really be interested in this topic. And so we'll be speaking to a very interested and engaged audience. I'm not going to spend too much time on introductions. I'll just quickly go through the panel and who they are and the topics that they'll discuss, and then we'll get right into it. My name's Ben Graham. I'm from the Marshalls, but I've been working for ADB for just over 4 years now in the evaluation department. Prior to that, I had worked in various roles in the government of the Marshalls, including some interaction and work with fisheries and in the what I call the early days of the P&A, when we were lobbying to get the P&A Secretariat set up in the Marshalls and some of the earlier discussions. And the reason why I was interested in this topic and remain interested in this topic, I'll just give you one sort of quick analogy. I remember sitting in a P&A, and for those of you, pardon my, assumption, but the P&A is the parties to the Nauru Agreement, the 8 countries in the Pacific that are providing roughly half the supply of tuna for skipjack. Sitting in a P&A meeting about 6 or 7 years ago, and the 8 delegations around the table were sort of scratching their heads about how to raise and increase the returns from the fishery. At that stage, these 8 countries altogether were collecting something like $40 to $50 million from excess revenues. Fast forward to today, the estimate is something like 400 million. So this has been a major transformation in the way, not just the revenues, but the way these countries have sort of collectively worked together to turn things around. Now, while that's a huge success, it does raise other questions in terms of sustainability, what's next in terms of how these 8 countries cooperate and other countries that they work with. And so we have a set of questions that the panelists will help to address, and I hope we have other questions that you might have that they can also address. I'll just quickly go through the series of presentations. The first one is going to be on community or coastal fisheries. So we'll start off with sort of the local level and what's happening there and the challenges associated with community-based management of fisheries resources and some of the efforts that are being pursued. And that'll be presented by Moses Amos, who's Director, Division of Fisheries, Aquaculture and Marine Ecosystems at SPC. Following that, we'll then zoom out and have a discussion by Quentin Hannick about fisheries governance, global evaluation of tuna, which is going to look at a presentation of the publication that's been available about just how much this resource is worth in terms of the different species and at different stages of the value chain. So that's sort of going to the opposite end of the spectrum. And then we'll have a third presentation by Kara, who's working for ADB and who's worked on this other publication that's there looking at the rise in revenues from fisheries in a subset of these countries in the Pacific, countries for which data are available. And there you'll see this sort of major development or trend that I was referring to in terms of the increased revenues and where some of these revenues have gone. And so I'll leave the introduction to that, and I'll invite Moses to come up and give the first talk. Let's give him a hand.
This one is yours? So I'll be referring to this one into my presentation. Which one is yours? This one, first one. Yeah. So what do I do with this? This one is form, this one is laser. Okay. Thank you, Chairman. It is a difficult time of the day where you're doing presentation, so I'm just going to ask you to stay awake. So this presentation will be in 3 parts, but before I do that, I'd like to thank ADB for making it available for me, for SPC to be represented at this conference. The presentation will be in 3 parts. The first part will be a brief summary on the importance of coastal fisheries to both oceanic and coastal fisheries to the Pacific people. Then I'll take you through a regional strategy and then focus on Kiribati as an example of that regional strategy working at the national level. So, fisheries, important to the Pacific people, revenue, livelihoods, and food security. For oceanic fisheries, in 2014, we harvested 2.8 million tons of tuna in this region. And 60% of that comes from your EEZs. Revenue, as alluded to by the chair, it's approaching 400 million, so it's around going up to 500 million New Zealand dollars in terms of revenue that is taken from this fishery to the Pacific Island countries. And it provides up to 16,000 jobs to the Pacific people. For coastal fisheries, it provides 50 to 90% of the protein for coastal fisheries and contributes about 49% to GDP, and 50% of the coastal communities get their first or second income from this fishery. So if you look at this graph, it'll tell you the whole story. In terms of government revenue, it comes from oceanic fisheries. But the fishery that feeds the Pacific people comes from coastal fisheries. In terms of contribution to GDP, it's 50-50. So very briefly, coastal fisheries, which comprises coral reefs, mangrove, seagrass habitats, provide the bulk of subsistence animal protein for the Pacific people. So if you look at this, it gives you that picture. The Pacific people are fish-eating people. Now, it ranges from 30 kilogram per person per year, which is Vanuatu, and to 150 kilo per person per year. Now, if you have the opportunity to travel to Tokelau, you will appreciate the contribution that this fishery contributes in terms of food security. We had, in 2014, I was privileged to travel there. So we had fish for morning tea, fish for lunch, fish for afternoon tea, and fish for dinner. Beautiful food, very healthy. So if you look at the importance, it's not big, it's huge. That's our fishery. We have a huge blue economy base. Effort and interest and pressure, however, on oceanic fisheries and coastal fisheries are increasing. Now, for coastal fisheries, it's important because it has been estimated that by 2030, for Melanesia alone, we will need 100,000 metric tons of fish to feed the people in Melanesia. For Micronesia, 10,000 metric tons. For Polynesia, 5,000 metric tons. Now, the sad reality is that between 1999 and 2014, there has not been any significant increase in coastal fisheries. So which sadly validates that there may be coastal fisheries in some regions that may have either fully or over-exploited. So for coastal fisheries, we need a new song, we need a new approach. And now more of the same is not working to address the decline in coastal fisheries. So we have a new song. We need to sing a new song that represents regional approach to community base. We need to take that fishery back to the people that depend entirely on this resource, and that is community-based coastal fisheries management. So the need was identified in a workshop in 2015 for an overarching regional strategy that has widespread ownership and buy-in, and the strategy was developed by over 100 participants. So this regional strategy has an agreed set of action points that countries and governments and stakeholders will need support to drive this process at the national level. And if it works at the national level, then this regional strategy is addressing the development needs of Pacific Island countries. So this regional strategy, which we call the New Song for Coastal Fisheries Pathway to Change, calls for an enhanced focus on coastal fisheries. It is designed to provide direction, encourage cooperation, and effective use of regional and other support services that are available. At the regional level, it brings together disconnected initiatives into a strong coordinated approach. And at the national level, it seeks that political recognition, because there's been a lot of focus on tuna fisheries. So the vision for this strategy for coastal fisheries is a well-managed, sustained coastal fisheries, targeting, providing food security, long-term economic, social, and ecological benefits for our communities. So we have something like this. We have all the regional stakeholders, national stakeholders, international stakeholders, focusing on one objective, and that is sustainable management of coastal fisheries. This is the only way and how that this regional strategy is going to work. So it has two overarching outcomes: improving the well-being of communities and ensuring that there is productive and healthy ecosystems and fish stocks. It has 8 immediate outcomes. First one being informed and empower coastal communities. It ensures that adequate and relevant information is made available. It provides the recognition and strong political commitment for coastal fisheries. It allows and ensures refocused fisheries agencies and support directed at coastal fisheries. It provides a strong and up-to-date management, policy and legislation and planning for coastal fisheries. It ensures and allows effective collaboration and coordination between stakeholders and key sectors of influence. It enables equitable access that focuses on benefits and decision-making of coastal fisheries, including women, youth, and marginalized groups. And it allows diverse livelihoods to be initiated that reduces fishing pressure on coastal fisheries. So now I'm going to take you through the Kiribati as an example of how this regional initiative is being implemented at the national level. Now, in 2013, the Kiribati government adopted the Kiribati National Fisheries Policy. And among other things, the policy prioritizes the development and implementation of community-based approaches to fisheries management. Now, for the Kiribati component, it was implemented through partnerships between the government of Kiribati, the Pacific Community, the University of Wellington, and WorldFish. Now, very briefly, this approach is new to Kiribati. Now, like many other Pacific Island countries, the island councils and provincial councils are responsible for PILOs that are focused on the management of coastal fisheries. The fisheries ministries are responsible for legislation, export permits, and management options. And in many countries, and Kiribati is one of them, marine tenure systems have been, somehow destroyed by our colonial governments. But luckily, we have some snippets of that being implemented by communities further from the open communities. Like many Pacific Island countries, there is no historical data on CEAFM, which is basically community-based ecosystems approach to fisheries management. There is limited capacity in all aspects of coastal fisheries. There is no resources made available. There are strong decision-making structures, but very limited informal institutional support. And there are consultations, but not structured. So this is common in all Pacific Island countries. So this project seeks to improve rural lives and enable communities to achieve their own dreams. Now, you will note from my previous slide that for Kiribati, fish consumption per year is about 115 kilo per person per year. So it is very important. Now, this project works with communities in all levels. You have the village, the island council, and the national level. So it's like a bottom-up approach, taking the communities up to the national level. So, in line with the new song for coastal fisheries, this project empowers communities in 4 ways, particularly for Kiribati. It supports communities to strengthen their ownership and management of their fisheries resources, particularly the coastal fisheries. It strengthens a capacity of communities to identify challenges that exist within the management of their resources and to develop their own management policies on how they want to manage their resources. It strengthens a community capacity to collaborate and implement their own management plans and where necessary, work with Island Council to enact PILOs to manage the coastal fisheries. And it strengthened partnership between communities, Island Council, and government. So, very quickly, the outcomes of this project include strong relationships, community, Island Council, government, stakeholders, regional institutions, organizations like HPC. It increases profile of the importance of community-based ecosystems approach, the importance of empowering and proactively engaging communities in the management of their own resources, the resource that fits them. It also looks at capacity building of volunteer network, because coastal fisheries at the community level, it's volunteer. It's not a paid job, apart from fisheries staffs. It provides multiple workshops, training, and local media, and regional institutions like HPC briefings. So those projects, regional institutions that are involved in this project. And it provides the opportunity for management plans to be developed for 5 communities in Kiribati. And also there are research outputs. So distinguished delegates and participants, very quickly, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Moses. If we can invite Michael to now make the next presentation on a global valuation of tuna. And I'm sorry I didn't introduce Michael fully. I'm sorry, Quentin. Quentin works as Fisheries Governance Program Leader at the Australian National Centre for Ocean Resources and Security. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you, ADB, for allowing me to come. And I just wanted to follow on from Moses' presentation by, that's one of the most inspiring projects that I've been working on, very much in terms of empowering communities to determine their own future. And I think that's really important, because a lot of the time we end up with experts coming in and they have their own ideas about how things should be done. And the fundamental basis of that community-based approach is that the people determine their own future and the people determine what's needed. And also the importance of working both up and down, not just at the bottom, not just at the top, but wherever you need to work. Anyway, I'm here to talk about Netting Billions, which is a global valuation of tuna. I'm actually giving the presentation on behalf of the Pew Charitable Trusts. I was not actually involved in the development of this report, so I'm not an expert on the report. I work a lot on tuna. But I do some consulting work for Pew. So Pew basically asked me to present on their behalf because their person was unable to attend due to a clash with the P&A. So I'll present on their behalf. It's a really important report because it basically provides the first global estimate of the value of commercial tuna at the value of the dock and also the retail. A lot of the time when we do values of tuna, we do them at a landings point. This goes right through to the retail point. The results are particularly important to the Pacific, as the Pacific is home to the world's largest tuna fisheries. For those who haven't heard of the Pew Charitable Trusts, it's an international non-government organisation based in Washington, D.C., with offices and staff around the world, and it works to improve public policy with a focus on several areas, including health, economics, environment, and democracy. The study itself, the basis for the study was produced by Poseidon Aquatic Marine Resources Management, which is a consulting group, and they were basically tasked to go off and collect a lot of this data. Anybody who's worked in the Pacific on any projects relating to fisheries, or I suspect education, health, environment, knows that often getting the data is quite difficult itself. So I think Poseidon gets a lot of credit for doing a comprehensive review. The study found that nearly 5 million tonnes were caught commercially in 2014, and the dock value, the amount paid to the fishers themselves, was around about $10 billion. The actual total amount that consumers paid was over $40 billion. $40 billion is larger than the GDP of more than half of the world's countries. It's not an insignificant sum. Sorry, I just realised I have to click the buttons. Okay, so why? Why bother doing this? Why is this important? Tuna are a highly migratory species. It's not possible to manage tuna by yourself. It's not possible for one coastal state or one flag state or even one market state to simply determine the management of tuna. It always requires a collaborative effort because tuna are migratory and they range across a number of different EEZs and always generally include a lot of different flag states and stakeholders. Unfortunately, that requires negotiation, and what we have at the moment is a political deadlock in many of our regional organisations that have been established to manage tuna. 17% of the tuna landings and 33% of the total value of the tunas covered in this report come from 9 tuna stocks that are already considered to be overfished. And this includes some of the stocks in the Pacific and Indian Oceans, for example, big eye and bluefin in our region. Recovering those depleted stocks could actually lead to increased wealth, while depleting currently healthy stocks could reduce the returns. There's a clear economic incentive. If we do better, we'll make more. And if we don't do better, we stand to lose an incredibly valuable resource. The methodology for determining the report goes into some detail. Sorry, I forgot to say, there are a number of reports on the table just outside the front door if you'd like to get a copy, and that report goes into some detail about the methodology. In effect, Pew was interested in the dock value and the end value on the right-hand side, but to get there, they really needed to go through a rigorous methodology with Poseidon to collect the data and then to work through that. I won't go into too much detail about that, but it's laid out in the report itself. Okay, so what did it find? Well, what we have here is a chart showing the top 10 tuna fishing nations in 2014 in terms of the reported landings. Not the value, but just the landings. As you'll note, this is a graph showing the top 10 fishing nations. So it's the flags of the vessels that caught the fish. Each colour represents a different type of gear. Purse seining is in blue, long lining in orange. Those are the 2 most important gears around here. Asia and Pacific dominate the chart, with Indonesia, Japan, Taiwan, Korea, Philippines and Papua New Guinea all in the top 10 fishing nations. Indonesia alone landed 12% of the world's tuna in 2014 and landed 50% more than second place Japan. Now just remember that figure, because I'm going to come back to it soon. Indonesian flagged vessels landed more than 12% of all the world's tuna. The figure demonstrates why it's important for fisheries management bodies in the Pacific Ocean to implement modern fisheries management tools because of the simple volume of catch landed in this area. And in the Pacific, it doesn't get more important than this. So the Pacific's the home to the world's largest and most valuable tuna fisheries. They caught 3.5 million metric tonnes in 2014, worth approximately $6 billion to the fishers who caught them, and about $28 billion at the final point of sale. The Pacific and Indian Ocean combined tuna fisheries accounted for 90% of the global landings and the value of global tuna fisheries, and the management of this wealth will be highly impacted over the next 5 years, given the fact that many of these fisheries are overfished. And the stocks that generate the most value are reaching their limits. Much of the fishing in the Pacific and Indian Ocean is undertaken by distant water fishing nations, and a vast majority comes out of the Pacific Island states. This demonstrates the importance of targeted investments in these developing states in order to satisfy the need for structural and human capacity needs in support of successful fisheries management. Now, let's just go back to that point I made before about Indonesia. In the Pacific, we have a map that looks like this. Now, if you're an American or you're a European, you'll often look at the map of the Pacific Ocean and you'll see a whole bunch of blue. There's not much there, it's just a lot of ocean, okay? And if you try to find Kiribati on that great big globe, you'll struggle. You'll see a couple of pinprick dots, and that'll be Kiribati. And if you're really lucky, you might be able to count them out, and you'll find 33 little dots, and that'll represent about 820 square kilometres of land. Tiny. Except, in the Pacific, it's a bit different. See, in the Pacific, Kiribati isn't tiny. Kiribati is the 12th largest country in the world, if you measure it by its ocean. Kiribati controls 3.5 million square kilometres of ocean. It's a big country, not a tiny collection of dots. And this is fundamental to how the Pacific manages the fishery in this region. 87% of the catch, roughly, is taken from waters under national jurisdiction. And of that, well actually, 87% of the catch is taken from waters under national jurisdiction, or 59% of the catch is taken from Pacific Island waters. In much of the rest of the world's oceans, the catch is taken from the high seas. In this ocean, most of the catch is actually taken from waters under national jurisdiction. This is important because when you look at that previous graph that we showed, Indonesian vessels catch approximately 12% of all of the world's tuna. Well, last year, approximately 12 to 14% of all of the world's tuna was caught within Kiribati's EEZ alone. So the significance of these fisheries to the Pacific and the significance of the Pacific to the world really can't be understated. Okay, incredibly valuable resource. It's not just valuable. It provides critical revenue for 7 Pacific Island states. This is a graph I produced last year. It's out of date already. It says up to 70%. Well, Kiribati last year, it was over 90%. 90 to 95% of your revenue coming from one resource. It provides 57% of tuna to global markets, thousands and thousands of fishing vessels from every major global fleet comes to this region to fish. There are processing plants, there are important employment opportunities, and the other thing to remember is that the tuna fisheries themselves are globalized. They're vertically and horizontally integrated, they're diversified, they're multi-species, multi-gear, and they're incredibly high-tech. This isn't no simple John West boat just going out to sea for the day and catching a couple of fish. These are helicopter-equipped with satellites, sonar buoys, the whole lot. And unfortunately, we're so good at catching fish that we have a problem. And this is where the cooperation is required. We haven't done very well at managing the fishery. We've done better than just about everywhere else for managing tuna fisheries, but we still have our own problems and they're getting worse. So swordfish and marlin, 2 of the bycatch or lesser species, they're basically fully fished or suffering from overfishing. Bluefin tuna, which is largely caught by longline and purse seine, is suffering from juvenile overfishing and is also being overfished. Yellowfin tuna, basically in this region, is at the limit. Big eye is being overfished and suffering from overfishing. Skipjack tuna is not currently overfished, nor is it suffering from overfishing, but arguably the purse seine fleet is over capacity. There are too many vessels in that fleet. It's operating beyond its most profitable size. We have significant issues with sharks. Oceanic white-tip sharks, for example, are down to 3 or 4% of biomass. I find that personally really sad. About 12 years ago, I went snorkeling on a whole bunch of high seas fads, as you do. We'd jump off the side of the boat and we'd swim around on a whole bunch of drifting fads in 4,000 metres of water. It was tremendously great fun, but slightly scary because at that stage the oceanic white-tip sharks were fairly prolific and they were a bit aggressive. So you'd be snorkeling along and you'd have a bunch of oceanic white-tip sharks getting a bit territorial with you. That wouldn't be a problem now. In the last 10 to 12 years, there's been such a major impact on those sharks by purse seiners setting on fads that they're now down to 3 or 4% of biomass. I'd be a lot safer snorkeling on the fads. Unfortunately, the sharks aren't so safe. That's not just a problem with white-tip sharks, but a number of other species as well. So we have a really imperative, we have a challenging management problem that we have to resolve. And we have a couple of different fleets. We have purse seiners, which are large, commercialised, expensive, capital-intensive fleets that catch lots and lots and lots of tuna, largely for canning. They target skipjack and yellowfin, but they have a large bycatch of juvenile big eye. We have longliners in their thousands, targeting big eye, yellowfin, albacore and sharks, and also bycatching sharks as well. The longliners are obviously smaller and cheaper, but there's a lot more of them. The Pew study did the same sort of analysis at the global level and basically identified that purse seining accounted for 67% of all the landings worldwide and accounted for the majority of landings in each ocean. It contributed to 46% of the overall dock value and about 60% of the overall end value. Longlining was the second most important gear, accounting for about 11% of all landings, but that translated into about 30% of the overall dock value because of the high price paid for the species caught by longline. The values attributed to the longline fishery are greater than the proportion of its landings, also because a lot of that fish is adult and being landed for sashimi markets as well. In the Pacific, I did a quick breakdown last night. The database that comes out every year was just released about a week ago and included the 2015 data. Generally takes about 6 months afterwards for the data to come out. So I quickly produced these two things last night to show you the breakdown by coastal state of how much fish is caught where. As you'll see, a lot of the longline fishing occurs on the high seas and also in the EEZs of Kiribati and Solomon Islands, Indonesia and Japan, for example. Whereas the purse seine fishery, a lot of the fish is caught in Kiribati and Papua New Guinea and to a lesser extent in the high seas. So we have a much, much greater share of that catch being taken in the EEZs, with the Pacific being very, very strong. The Pew Global Study also broke down the landing and value sorted by species. I don't know if you can actually read that. Top is skipjack, middle is yellowfin, bottom are bluefin species. So skipjack and yellowfin are the two species with the highest total values, despite accounting for only less than half of despite accounting for only less than half of the landings. Yellowfin value to fishermen is approximately equal to that of skipjack due to the nature of the yellowfin, that you can actually sell it for sashimi and for frozen and fresh. Unfortunately, all three species of bluefin are overfished, and we're now at a stage where Pacific bluefin has been fished down to about 2.6% of its historic unfished biomass. That's not where you want to be for a fishery. These are all conservative estimates. Obviously, there's a whole bunch of other values to these fisheries that you would get as well if you went more broadly, but it just basically gives you a bit of an idea of just how valuable these fisheries are and how important they are to global economies and, more importantly, to Pacific economies. If we were to actually study the true value of tunas, as opposed to just the commercial values, we're likely to get a much higher value. You know, if you look at sport fishing, subsistence and artisanal uses, ecosystem services, etc. Anyway, so what we're basically seeing here is that targeted investment into data collection and reporting infrastructure and human resources would not only improve these monetary figures, but would also improve our fisheries management efforts. So we saw the slide before about some of the management challenges. What do we need to do to protect this value? Well, we need measures in place to protect the value of the stocks given the strong demand. The path forward needs to include harvest strategies with science-based catch limits and recovery plans for depleted species and reforms to the fishing gears that we're using. We need improved fisheries management infrastructure and human resources. A good example of that is we've just seen this analysis coming up with around about $40 billion. How much money of that actually goes into the science and management? It's a pathetic sum in terms of the global value of these fisheries and how little we actually invest into their management and knowledge. In terms of the future management, we're evolving towards harvest strategies. These are pre-agreed frameworks for making fisheries management decisions with the goal of protecting the value of the fishery. They're tailored to individual settings, but they'll generally include similar elements: monitoring programs, stock assessment methodologies, reference points, targets and limits, levels of risk, and harvest control rules. This is the future of fisheries, and preserving the value of these tuna fisheries requires industry to embrace and advocate for these reforms. And I've got to point out, the Pacific community is the world leader in terms of developing the bioeconomic modelling to actually enable these sort of harvest control rules to be developed. But it's a slow, iterative process, and there's a political challenge to get this through our international regional cooperation. It's not just up to one state or one region, it really requires the buy-in from everybody. So conclusions. The 7 commercially important tunas generate about $40 billion a year and support vast fisheries in Asia and the Pacific. The Pacific Ocean is the home to the world's largest and most valuable tuna fishery in the world, and there's an opportunity to secure the future of these stocks through targeted investments by groups like ADB and other donors and development agencies. And I will leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Quentin. So that brings us right up to speed in terms of not just the global value of these different species, but some of the different priorities and challenges involved in managing this very complex resource. So our third and final presentation by Kara from ADB is going to be discussing specifically the revenues that a subset of countries in the Pacific have been realizing from improved management and cooperation on, in particular, the skipjack fishery with purse seiners for the canning market. So this provides yet another angle on this question of how to manage fisheries more effectively and get better returns in a sustainable manner. So let's hear from Kara.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So as some of you may have already seen, there is a publication called the Pacific Economic Monitor outside with a bunch of fish on its cover, and that's why I'm here actually. It just so happens that the policy theme for this latest issue of the Pacific Economic Monitor is about fisheries, and there are four briefs on fisheries policy issues, so a couple of contributions, one from the Pacific Islands Forum Fisheries Agency, exploring efforts of FFA members to take control of their fishery and maximize the economic benefits of their tuna fisheries. Another from the Australian National Centre for Ocean Resources and Securities, which Mr. Hannick would know about, and which was covered in Mr. Amos's presentation earlier about the significance of coastal fisheries and exploring community-based approaches for food security and livelihoods with special focus on Kiribati. And there was another contribution on some options for making the parties to the Nauru Agreement Vessel Day Scheme more effective without diluting the prospects of higher fisheries revenues. The fourth presentation, the fourth brief is actually obviously what this presentation is based on. It's it's on the other side of the coin, so to speak. So the other three were, a lot of them were about maximizing earnings. And this presentation basically asks the question that gets posed to many people who win the lottery or strike it rich somehow. So what did you do with the money? This is an exercise in which we try to examine the trends in fiscal performance following the boom in fishing license revenue collections under the PNA Vessel Day Scheme. So it builds on existing ADB work in public financial management and is a possible step towards further research work in this area. There are so many things in front of me. Okay. So first, there is a long history of Pacific countries earning windfall revenues from exploiting their national resources. There's phosphate from Nauru and oil and gas resources from Timor-Leste and Papua New Guinea. There was an issue while we were preparing this brief on fisheries on whether the word windfall was actually appropriate for the fisheries resources in particular. Because there is special case. In the case of phosphate and other mineral resources, you dig it out of the ground. You don't know whether there's any more left when you take some out. In this case, in contrast, and more similar to the forest resources that have been driving the Solomon Islands economy, fisheries are a renewable resource where the future availability depends on current extraction rates. This has important implications on the ways through which the benefits from these resources could be sustained over time. If managed properly, it would be more than a windfall, in other words. So next, a very brief history, brief and sketchy, I suppose, history of the Vessel Day Scheme. I understand there are many key agreements and they build upon each other. So this is just a short list of events that were most relevant to this story. So the first is that the Nauru Agreement was signed in 1982 with members Kiribati, the Republic of the Marshall Islands, Federated States of Micronesia, Nauru, Palau, Papua New Guinea, Solomons, and Tuvalu. The agreement signed expressed their commitment to coordinate and harmonize fisheries management policies and procedures, particularly those regarding the granting of access rights to their respective exclusive economic zones. And a caveat before I proceed, this analysis focuses mainly on 5 economies: Kiribati, the RMI, the FSM, Palau, and Tuvalu, with some general observations on Nauru, because you can't really say PNA without the N, so we have some on Nauru as well. In 1992, the Palau arrangement was signed by the PNA as well as Tokelau for the Palau arrangement for the management of the Western Pacific purse seine fishery. So this is a bit more specific compared, I think, to the policy commitments that were made in the 1982 agreement. So here the parties were committing to collectively manage and conserve their tuna stocks, maximize their economic returns from sustainable tuna fisheries, tuna resources by purse seine vessels. In 2008, the implementation of the Vessel Day Scheme was begun, and this was fully implemented in 2012. Under this scheme limits allowable fishing efforts while also maximizing revenues from fishing license sales. So it establishes a maximum number of days for fishing in PNA waters, allocated to each country based on their historical fishing effort in their respective EEZ. So the countries can sell vessel days to fishing fleets subject to a minimum benchmark fee, or trade days with the other members. You know, it happens when fish migration patterns cause one country to sell all of their already allocated days, and another country would still have some to spare. Currently, the VDS covers only purse seiners, but there are efforts to extend coverage to longliners. So this slide shows that license fees have risen sharply since the full implementation of the VDS. Cost per vessel day sold within PNA EEZs used to average about $1,350 per day in 2004. About 10 years later, it reached as much as $13,500 a day. So this has in turn led to huge increases in license revenues going to PNA governments. There's a twofold increase in average fishing license revenues across the six countries covered in this brief. Between 2012 and 2015, that would be compared to the previous 4 years, 2008 to 2011. So as you may have seen, a lot of the countries that were covered in this brief are small island economies with very remote, very small land masses with less diversified economic basis, although that may change, I'm hoping, as always. So the license fee revenues have become a significant source of income for the governments of these smaller economies. You may have seen that the collections climbed from the equivalent of about 7.1% of GDP. That's the average from 2008 to 2011. And that is the total collections for these six countries relative to their total estimated GDP for that period. And from 7.1%, that climbed to 17.7% of GDP in the succeeding 4-year period, so 2012 to 2015. This table shows more country-specific changes in fishing license revenues. So Kiribati experienced the most dramatic rise of the countries that we were able to study for this analysis. From about 20% in 2008 to 2011, it more than tripled to 61.4% during 2012 to 2015 during the full implementation of the VDS. In Tuvalu, there was an increase, maybe a little less dramatic, but they went from about 21% to 36% of GDP during the same period. And although the shares for the North Pacific economies of the RMI, FSM, and Palau were relatively small compared to the previous two countries, they also had experienced similar increases in their fishing license revenue collections under the full implementation of the VDS. It's the smallest in Palau, mostly because their economy is driven largely by tourism. And I think it's also probably a good time to note that they have announced plans to convert 80% of their territorial waters into a marine sanctuary, so that would discourage commercial fishing. So, what did they do with the money? How have these dramatically higher inflows affected these countries' fiscal performances? Well, the results of the analysis were encouraging overall. So first, we have higher fishing license revenue collections, improved fiscal positions across all the countries reviewed. It enabled them to move from incurring deficits to realizing surpluses. This was observed particularly in Kiribati and the RMI, and most interestingly in the FSM. This graph illustrates the impact of fishing license revenues. The orange bars would show you that rather than the increasing surpluses that they experienced thanks to the fishing license, thanks to their higher fishing license collections, they would have experienced increasing deficits instead. Although it also must be added that expenditure restraint also contributed to these outcomes, as we may be able to illustrate in a short while. For Tuvalu in particular, there was a stabilized fiscal performance. In 2008 to 2011, their fiscal performance was mixed, deficit some years, surpluses some years. But from 2012 to 2015, there were steady surpluses realized. And finally, it boosted prevailing surpluses related to their booming tourism earnings in Palau. The second is the impact on recurrent spending. We focus mostly on recurrent spending, as capital spending in most of the countries we studied for this analysis are funded by sources other than fishing license revenue. So for example, development partner support. So this scatter plot suggests that recurrent spending has been high in years when fishing licenses were similarly high. So the blue dots here represent Tuvalu, high recurrent spending with high fishing license revenue. Similar trends, although to a smaller degree, in the RMI and the FSM. RMI, yellow triangles, green squares, FSM. And as we mentioned earlier, there was some expenditure restraint observed. So as you can see, although Kiribati was experiencing increases in fishing license revenues, they did not significantly increase their recurrent spending. And the recurrent spending appears to have declined in Palau relative to the increases in their fishing license revenues. Examining the changes over time show that the recurrent spending in most of these countries broadly tracked increases in fishing license revenues. So that does include spending on wages and subsidies, but there were also notable increases in spending for education-related travel and medical treatment, so particularly in Tuvalu. Finally, the added fiscal resources brought about by higher fishing license revenues enabled all the countries reviewed to set some aside in their respective trust funds. So from net withdrawals to net deposits, the Kiribati government deposited increasing amounts into its Revenue Equalization Reserve Fund. That's right off the top of my head. I hope I remembered it correctly. So deposits in 2013 and 2014 couldn't fully offset annual drawdowns, but they made a net deposit in 2015 of about 40 million. So this was the first replenishment of the RERF in at least 15 years. Tuvalu was also able to make a deposit in its Tuvalu Trust Fund. So I checked the data, and the deposits that they made in the 2012 to 2015 period were quite a bit higher than what was made in 2008 to 2011. In the North Pacific, we found evidence that RMI and Palau made deposits into their respective compact trust funds, which I know a lot of people in this room would know are trust funds that are supposed to help ensure long-term fiscal self-sustainability after their compacts of free association with the U.S. expire in 2023. We have no available data on whether the FSM made any deposits into its own CTF, but the IMF has reported that the FSM has made increasing deposits into its own trust fund in recent years. So, and I know I have 30 seconds to go before 15 minutes are up, so I'm almost done. All right, so and the last one, because again, I cannot say PNA without N, the Nauru established, with the help of development partners, including ADB, a new national trust fund to save higher revenues from a variety of sources. So that does include their increased fishing license revenues. There is a presentation on the Nauru Trust Fund in a parallel session elsewhere, so thank you for being here. I'm sure you can look for the presentation on the website once it's uploaded. Okay, so the way forward. The thing about fisheries being a renewable resource means that people can benefit from them in two ways. So first, from exploiting the resource itself, and second, from enjoying the proceeds of the present-day use of fishing license fees. There are therefore a couple of ways to ensure that these benefits continue into the future. So there would be more than one way to skin a cat or scale a fish, I suppose, might be more appropriate. So the first is to manage harvest rates to promote resource sustainability. This would ensure that future generations can still make use of fisheries resources. It's particularly important because fishing license revenues are seen to remain high. However, that would hinge on sustained efforts in regional cooperation and fisheries resource conservation, and there were, I know that there were some, this was partly covered in the previous presentation, because I do recall the thing about if we do better, we make more. So that is one way of doing better in order to make more. And the second way is to efficiently invest and save high revenues collected in the present. You put your higher inflows to good use today. So you prioritize expenditures in human capital and strategic infrastructure projects to help enhance productivity. However, we also have to note that operations and maintenance of existing public infrastructure should also be prioritized. It's been noted as a chronic gap in public expenditure in quite a few Pacific economies, including in a session this morning. So this would help prolong the useful life of these assets. Finally, it's there already. All right. Finally, properly managed trust funds remain a useful mechanism for improving public financial management, as well as resilience to volatility in export revenues and fish harvests and disaster-related shocks. So by properly managed, we mean funds managed in accordance with the Santiago Principles, so having a governance structure that is politically independent and reasonable and strictly enforced rules for withdrawals and transfers to the national budget, among other things. And those would have been covered in another presentation in a parallel session, so please do look out for the slideshow on the website. So you can download the full text of our analysis through this link to the Pacific Economic Monitor and check out the other issues while you're at it. If you might recall, at the start of my presentation, I said that the work done in the monitor is in contemplation of future research. So any thoughts on future work in this context would be most welcome. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
If I could ask all three presenters to come back to the front so we could address some of the questions. So there you have three related but slightly differing perspectives on fisheries in the Pacific. And I think that provides a very good basis for us to then consider some of these questions and issues that each of the presenters brought up. And I want to also congratulate each of the three and their respective organizations for a very useful and insightful work. As Quentin mentioned, there's still a lot of questions and a lot of work that's required in terms of research and putting more money into research, and that's something that is quite possibly a topic that we can discuss. But so far, I think we have a very good assessment of where we are on the different resources and some of the challenges that we face in collectively managing marine and fisheries resources. So let's open up the floor for any questions. We've got let's see, what are we doing on time here? Okay, so we've got 30 minutes, so plenty of time. And I hope you all have questions. If we have to get to the point where I have to start asking questions, then we're in trouble, but I hope we don't get to that point. So why don't we start down here, and then we'll move sort of clockwise up to the questions in the back over there. So we'll start with the front here.
Thank you. My name is Wawan from ADBI. Thank you for the presentation, excellent presentation. First, I love tuna sashimi. It's very nice. And from Quentin's presentation, I saw that one of country that, I mean, by flag is Indonesia. But my understanding, unfortunately, we cannot find tuna in the Indonesia market. It's very rare, and I believe it's exported to other country. But the issue, my understanding issue in ASEAN is about the illegal fishing or illegal fishery. Is there any also illegal fishing in Pacific region, and how this region dealing with this issue? My understanding also in ASEAN, we got help from Norway, I think from Norway government to use the technology, because you also mentioned this, I mean, fishery is using very high technology, so we catch up with that technology. And my second question to Maria is about the revenue. You mentioned about the, what you call it, license, vessel license. So is it the revenue is only coming from the vessel license or any other revenue? For example, once again in ASEAN, for example, or Indonesia, we also take the tax on the the volume of the fishery that get. So how many kilograms, how many tons they get, and we charge the tax. But once again, the problem is monitoring and surveillance of this illegal fishing. So that's my question. Thank you.
Do you guys mind if we take 2 or 3 first, just to in the first round, and if we have more, then we'll do a second round. So, was there someone else who had another question? I will build on these and then have a first round. We have a here in the middle, and we have to use the microphone to record it. So please use the mic.
Hi, thanks for some very interesting presentations. I just piecing together 2 parts of it. You know, it's obvious that the revenues are increasing from the parties to the Nauru Agreement, which is a good thing. But then the point's also been made that if we are sustainable about managing the fisheries, then we'll do better in the long term. Does that imply that there's some short-term pain from introducing more sustainable measures in terms of those revenues? Thanks.
Okay, we'll take one more for this round in the back, and then we'll come to you in the second round.
Yeah, thanks. Wanted to thank all of the presenters. Excellent presentations and really interesting topic. I had one question was very specifically for Quentin. Was that you had a chart on value addition from dock and then to final sale, and I just noticed that longline fishery, the value is was actually in proportionate terms was declining from the dock value to the final sales. So I was wondering if you could explain what it is about that particular supply chain that means that its value addition from the dock onwards is proportionately lower. I also had I think it's not really one question, but I'd sort of try and frame it in maybe a couple of questions, which I'd be interested in the views of any or all of the presenters in the chair. Obviously the Pacific Islands, their share of the value has increased, but when we look at it in terms of shares of GDP, it's maybe not the only way to look at it. We should also be thinking about the share of the actual value of the resource and whether that's consistent with ownership and sort of rational maximization. I guess the question is, to what extent is there a consensus on the share of the value of the resource that the Pacific Islands could capture if they collaborated in an optimal sense? And then what would it take, to the extent that they're not capturing that value now, what would they need to do collectively to actually achieve that?
Okay, so why don't we stop there, ending with the billion-dollar question. So we could start from that side, Quentin.
How about that? Excellent. All right, I'm actually going to start from the end because the value of the fishery is an interesting point. When we talk about the returns increasing 300% for Kiribati, for example, we talk about how much money Kiribati gets paid by largely foreign vessels catching its fish and then selling them, and the vessels are the ones who obviously make most of that value. And that's just one way of actually running your harvesting operation. It's quite different to agriculture, where a farmer owns the wheat field, and the farmer then either uses his own machinery or pays someone else to come along and harvest their wheat, and then they'll probably store it in a silo and then they'll sell it when the market's right, or they'll go through some other scheme. Fisheries, we don't do that. Fisheries, we sell a license to someone else to catch all the fish and make all the money from it. So when I talked before about the changes in values, and when the Pew study was showing you some of those values, I'd make one comment. In about 2012, I did a job in Kiribati, and that was the year that Kiribati was supposed to be entering the vessel day scheme but hadn't quite yet managed to implement it. So it wasn't sticking within the VDS limits. It fully entered the year after. It sold as much as it could, and it thought it did really well. They earned about $58 million that year, and that was more than they'd ever earned, so they were pretty pleased with themselves. The value of the catch taken from the Kiribati that year was almost $1 billion. And they thought they did pretty well with about 58 million. So we're only talking here about the share that is returned in the access. Now, since the vessel day scheme's entered, that percentage of the value has gone up, fairly strong. It's probably now, I think, running at about 11%, perhaps. I'm not too sure. Yeah. And it's probably stuck there at the moment while we then work through the next iteration of what has to happen with the VDS. And I think I'm going to pass on that question. But I mean, there's a bunch of things that you can do, and I'm not saying that there's not. There's just, I might not answer all the questions. And then going back to the start, I too like sashimi. Love the place, love the stuff. Monitoring, control and surveillance is critically important. The Pacific is quite different to many of the other world's international tuna fisheries because the Pacific has adopted a very strong collective approach. The FFA, the Forum Fisheries Agency, and the Pacific community have really managed and enabled the Pacific to have a much stronger system for monitoring, control and surveillance than other comparable regions have. So in the Pacific, I'd actually say that the problem is not illegal fishing by vessels that just appear out of nowhere and steal all your fish and then take them somewhere else. That is a problem in a couple of the Pacific states that have boundaries that they share. But the larger problem is misreporting. It's basically fraud. The biggest problem that Pacific suffers in that space is fraud by the vessels that it licenses to fish, misreporting and then lying about how much fish that they're catching. Not so much illegal. In Indonesia, illegal fishing is a problem. And there's some really interesting projects, innovative and new projects that are starting up to try to address that through supply chains. And there's some great industry associations that are working with that, and Anovo and a few other companies, and MDPI is an NGO now running in Indonesia. And they're all addressing those problems through the supply chain. Sustainability and conservation and short-term costs. I guess that depends on how you do the actual measures, how you apply the conservation measures, and hopefully you develop them through harvest control rules that enable you to do that through a process that minimises those costs. At the moment, I'd say for albacore and longline, we're well past that, and what we now have is a fishery that isn't overfished and isn't yet suffering from overfishing, but has simply too many vessels fishing too much, and it's gone past its profitability. So many vessels that aren't subsidised with fuel subsidies simply can't afford to fish. So a lot of these costs are inherent in our current practice, and we need to change that to re-bring that profitability back into the fishery. And I think the last question I was supposed to answer was the value. The value for the long line. If you read the report, there's a bit of a quirk in there with the canneries. So longline doesn't produce catch for cans, only for frozen and fresh, whereas Persane includes other values that go into the cannery. And that's why there's a bit of a drop in its percentage for longline compared to Persane.
Hi. Okay, so for the first question on whether revenues are really just on fishing licenses, yes. There, as was described earlier, it's really just money that gets paid to the government for the fleet to access their waters, because the fish don't necessarily reach land at all. They can get processed on the boat, so there's no customs or no warehousing or stuff that I might have known off the top of my head when I was working in trade, but I'm not anymore. So yes, so it's really just the access. However, maybe some of the figures that we reported might not have been just for Persane, because it really depends on the economy reporting. It might be for other forms of fishing gear as well, but it really is just for fishing licenses. And for David's very thought-provoking question on the share of value and what the Pacific can capture, we actually had a heck of a time trying to figure out how much were the fish stocks for the front page of the Monitor, and I don't think that issue was ever really resolved, because we couldn't. This is a bit out of our purview, and so we couldn't find the resources necessary. But as far as capturing value goes, I do know that loining and processing has had limited success, because you need land, you need support facilities, you need infrastructure for that. So maybe for the smaller economies, some alternative approaches may be needed. I can't think of anything right now, but perhaps this sort of thing may still be viable for the larger economies like PNG or Timor, if there will be, it's possible, right? Okay, so I think that answers the questions that were posed to me. On the short-term pain from more sustainable measures, I'll just go with whatever Quentin said. It sounds good. Thank you.
So I think if we could just mention something on processing. Between 2012 and 2014, the processing of fish caught in this region has doubled. It was estimated at 2014 to be around 210,000 metric tons. Now, despite the growth, this only represents 10% of fish caught in this region. So I think there is still that scope. But again, depends on space and resources and infrastructure that are needed to process fish. Thanks.
And I'll just add a couple more points on some of the issues. I'll agree. The first question that came, whether there are other types of fees that can be leveraged on the value of the fishery, is a big question in a lot of the countries. So in my country, there's a lot of transshipment going on right in the lagoon, right? So hundreds of millions of dollars are going from purseaners into motherships and then steaming off somewhere. And a big question that the government is raising is, we want some of that, right? Not just the money from the vessel days, but right. So this is a big question. As we speak, the PNA is actually meeting in Kiribati, and this is one of many questions. This question plus the bigger question about capturing a larger part of the overall value of the fishery. But these are very difficult questions, and you've got 8 delegations sitting around the table, so it's a complex process of addressing these questions. But it's a situation where in the last 6 years, a lot has changed, but you've got now a whole other set of questions that you need to address, and these are among them. Well, one of the other things that I think is interesting, because we talked about monitoring and surveillance, 6 years ago there was sort of a promise that if we get more money, we're going to invest more in monitoring and surveillance to sort of protect the goose that lays the golden egg. I'm not really sure if that promise is really playing out as we speak, but it was there. So let's take another round of questions. We'll start off at the back row with the gentleman there, and then Emma in the middle.
Thank you. My name is David from USP, a student of USP. My question goes to maybe Moses or Dr. Hennick. Just by listening to Moses' presentation, I'm so interested in this, the success of this coastal fisheries management. Now, if we look at this model or approach of coastal fisheries management and try to apply it to the offshore fisheries management, I can see a gap there. I think one of the difference that you can see there is that in coastal fisheries management, you involve the government, the stakeholders, NGOs, and the fishers themselves. But if you look at the offshore fisheries, tuna fisheries management, I think the missing link there is the involvement of the industries. So we might argue that we are taking a collective approach or collaborative management on managing our offshore tuna fisheries. But my argument is that it's only a collective or collaborative management approach, top-down. I think what I'm trying to say here is, what about if we try and involve the bottom-up approach? Like we involve government officials from PNA or FFA, but also we include the industries, especially in the formations of conservation management measures, rather than just approving the conservation management measures ourselves and imposing them on the fishers themselves. I think this would help in the compliance issues. Thank you.
I have two questions for Quentin. The first is, has anyone done work on the costs of the fishing industry in terms of the costs of running these vessels and helicopters? Because you look at those big numbers, you go, wow, what a gap. But you have no feel for what the cost of extracting and processing the resources are. My second question is, you ended on a point where, organisations like ADB could help invest in this. Please tell me what we could be doing. It's something we're agonising over internally. We've tried before and failed dismally. There's a number of government-owned vessels in the region to prove that. And I'd like some ideas of the kinds of things we could be investing in, remembering we have loan funds, not grant funds, which makes a difference for many of the governments. Thanks.
Did we have Carlotta, one more question? Or you also have a question in the back? Okay, so we'll get two more questions for this round.
Thank you very much. I was at a conference in the FSM in April, and there was such an interesting statistic that was shared with us to give us perspective. And if you take Micronesia and you place it over the United States, you can see that it's bigger than the United States. So then we were asked to imagine that the United States with 300 million people at 320 million, and Micronesia is like at the 400,000 number. And then there's 3 patrol boats. So you'd have to imagine what would happen to the United States if that whole size of the United States, there were 3 trucks going around checking on timber and who's stealing gold and who's stealing this. It really gave such a scale and a perspective. So I really appreciated Quentin's example that Kiribati is the 12th largest country. So we are always trying to tell islanders to think of your water as land, and you'll know more of what to do with it. So given the vastness, the hugeness of all this, are you hearing anything about these licenses being not just into human capital, but into technology, into satellites, into how do you deal with this? And can you make it a condition of licenses that money from that has to go towards developing this kind of enforcement capability? Thank you.
Very good question. And then we'll go to the back there with one more question.
Thank you very much. My question was relating to VDS, and I understand that VDS that was currently practiced now was mostly done on the Pesena fisheries. Is that right? Okay, thank you very much. I also understand that some Pacific Island countries are looking at implementing VDS for longline fisheries. So my question, was just a simple question. For a small country like Kiribati, in your presentation you have mentioned that contribution of VDS towards GDP may be, or even the fisheries towards GDP is 61.4%. So what will be the rate like when VDS is implemented through longline fisheries? That's the first question. And the second question was regarding to one of the recommendations you have been made in terms of investment and save, efficient, something like that with fund. I understand that most of the Pacific Island countries, if those funds that came into the war source through this, the large amount that we have been talking about, if it was received at the national level, and I think the discretion to spend that money was maybe largely depend on the national policies or something like that. But the success of tuna fisheries in the region is attributed to maybe collective approach. So what is the possibility in terms in terms of investment and efficient spending of this fund? What is the possibility for if this investment can be do it at a regional level and instead of doing it at a national level, because I understand some Pacific Island countries have faced lots of issues with governance of finance and something like that. Thank you very much.
Are you guys clear on that last question? You think so? Okay. Well, I got the first part, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure about
I
the
mean,
second.
the second question was this, I mean, what is the, I mean, is there any possibility for, with the help of regional organization, with funds that, we have been recommending funds to be invest and save efficiently, what is the possibility of doing that approach at a regional level instead of giving that money at a national level?
Oh, okay. All right. We'll take a stab at it. So we'll start from from Quentin.
I'm going to work through those questions from start to finish. Okay, so the first question was a really important one about what are the costs? What are the opportunities for actually increasing the benefits for Pacific Island states, for example? And that obviously requires that you understand how the business operates and what the actual costs are and what room there is for taking further resource rent out if you want to run through foreign owners, or what opportunities there are for engaging more deeply into the supply chain, for example. And P&A's done quite a lot of work in that. I've seen some of it, and a few other organisations have done quite a fair bit of work on that to try to identify how much more room there is to charge more, for example, for foreign fleets. And when skipjack prices were at their height, around about $2,300, $2,400 a tonne for skipjack, for example, there was a lot of room. And Transform, the CEO of the P&A, was delivering fantastic presentations around the region with spectacular graphs showing these massive super profits that the Perth Centres are making to support the argument that the P&A needed to become tougher, needed to increase the minimum benchmark fee that it was charging, to look at all these different other opportunities to grab some of that super profit. And then we saw a problem, which was a lot of effort in the region, an overcapacity of purse seine vessels, and a plummet of the price of skipjack on the Bangkok market, which took a lot of that super profit out. The price of skipjack then dropped by more than 50%, and you lost a lot of that opportunity. So I think addressing the overcapacity of the purse seine fleet sort of addresses your question to some degree. And there are some studies by P&A and others on what the cost structure is. So I'll stop there, but there is that information. And I think the other factor that we often forget, when we're talking about skipjack and canned protein, okay, you're selling that into markets which use it as a daily low-cost protein, which means it doesn't compete just with other fish, it competes with other low-cost proteins. So you can't go too much higher than chicken, for example, or else you end up being uncompetitive. And that's a point that quite a few of the big skipjack canned retailers will make repeatedly. So you have to be realistic about that. Okay, so where do you want to spend your money? There's a whole bunch of discussions we can have about that. But I guess 3 quick points off the top of my head. The current model for how we manage the tuna fishery is one model that's basically been put on top of the Pacific Island states, evolving their way out of, and that's you sell access to foreign-owned businesses to catch the fish, and then they can sell it for whatever they can get for it. And then the only point of entry you have into the supply chain is how much you can then negotiate from them. That's not the only model to do it. That's the current model that we've got. That was the point I was trying to get at with agriculture. The idea is in agriculture, you own the wheat field, you own the wheat, and you sell the wheat to the wholesaler or retailer. The harvester is just someone you hire to come and harvest your wheat, and you maintain ownership of that until it's actually sold to the wholesaler or retailer. Delegations. They've got all the distant water fishing industry hitting them with a whole bunch of other views. And reinforcing the capacity of those 8 delegations to analyse and determine their own national interest is really important. And I think sometimes you get individuals who are amazingly strong and they can analyse their own national interest and bring a government along. But that's not easy. And I think support is really important. And when you do that analysis, you then see P&A and collectivism as being the obvious pathways. And I think also just the strength of negotiating. the difference between a really good, strong negotiating delegation and a really weak negotiating delegation can be dramatic. PNA has reinforced all of their delegations through the minimum benchmark and through the structure and framework that the PNA Vessel Day Scheme provides. So that's made it easier. But it's still not an easy thing, and I think strengthening the capability of the governments to actually go through those activities is really important. And that doesn't just mean strengthening the capability of the officials. I think there are some amazing officials in many of the different Pacific Island governments. But it also means strengthening the general everybody from the backbench parliamentarian who was just elected at the last election to the minister and the prime minister and the president. That really needs some work too. One quick comment on the question, well, the comment before about MCS. Using a patrol boat to arrest a fishing vessel is not the only way you can take action to address illegal fishing. It's an incredibly expensive and difficult tool, particularly in Kiribati with a very, very large EEZ. There are other effective tools that you can use as well, and I argue is that they're not used enough. You know, for example, blacklisting on the Western Central Pacific Fisheries Commission blacklist is another very effective tool that doesn't require you to go out and spend tens of thousands of dollars of fuel budget to go to vessel, nor go through a difficult arrest. All you need is a photograph. So there are other tools that can be used, and unfortunately some states aren't using them as much as they could be. And the Vessel Day Scheme Longline is a work in progress. I think it's a really important initiative, but it's a work in progress. It took a long time for the Purse Seine Vessel Day Scheme to develop. It will probably take a long time for the Longline Vessel Day Scheme to develop. The key difference between the two is Purse Seine has a monopoly, because if you want to catch Purse Seine and you want to be profitable, you have to fish inside someone's Pacific Island EEZ sooner or later. If you want to be a longliner and you want to catch longline profitably, you don't necessarily have to fish inside someone's EEZ. And at the moment, the key weakness is transshipment. You can longline on the high seas and stay on the high seas and never go into a port and be refueled and bunker and transship at sea. And that really enables you to continue longlining at sea without really getting into the whole Vessel Day Scheme. So I think that's one of the key weaknesses.
Yes, so on the question of how much percent of would revenues would be from longline license fees, we don't have the numbers yet. So that was an easy question. I do have a bit of context for you. I forgot to mention during my presentation that collections in Kiribati for fishing license fees as a whole alone were estimated at about 99% of GDP that year. So things can change. And as I mentioned earlier, these fishing license fees as a whole, so I think the countries would have their own access procedures and charges for long lines and what other and others, including pole and line fishers. So, you know, the numbers are very murky. It's hard to isolate and get a clear read given our data sources. Regarding the possibility of investments on a regional level rather than a national, you know, that really is an interesting point. I hadn't really thought about it, but given that these countries really work very closely with each other already, there may be an avenue for them to discuss, but that would be up to them. And, you know, building on your comment on enforcement, that might be a good thing for them to invest in collectively, considering, you know, but the mechanics on how this would be done, how to pool the funds and everything, I'm sure that would be a whole round of meetings and agreements and such, but I personally think that it's a worthwhile thing to explore. Thank you.
Okay, very quickly on the first question in regards to the different management models for coastal fisheries and oceanic fisheries. Now, you know, I had lunch with one of my former colleagues who had worked for Pacific Community, and I had asked him, you know, in short, what would you say about fisheries in the Pacific? And I said, you know, we export the best fish, our best fish, we export it overseas, and we import the worst food into the Pacific. And the money that we get out of this fish is not even enough to address the NCD issues. Now, that sort of gives you the basis of the different models that we use for coastal fisheries and tuna fisheries. For coastal fisheries, because it's owned by the people, it's their resource. It's the resource that provides their food and their livelihoods. So the importance of having to proactively engage them at the management of their food supply or their food basket, it is very important. So the bottom-up approach is very critical. Now, there are risks in countries where you apply top-down approach for coastal fisheries, and it doesn't work. So we are finding it through coastal, community-based ecosystem approach to coastal fisheries. It really works, and Kiribati is one of the classic excellent examples. For tuna, it's different because it's a regional, highly migrated resources. So the regional approach is having a positive impact because the fish migrates across EEZs. So a collaborative effort by the region proves to be more effective than a bottom-up. But when it comes to national level, then the bottom-up is very important because the resource that is caught within the EEZ is owned and is owned by the people. So of course people will have to be engaged in how they want their resources to be managed. So that's the challenge that national fisheries divisions or departments and institutions face in terms of getting a collaborative approach in terms of managing their tuna within their EEZ. Thanks.
Okay, we'll have one last question because we're already past 2:30. Can somebody give her a microphone? And we'll give you 30 seconds for your question.
Thank you. I've been to tuna meetings, I've been involved in tuna, and all the time we hear that the fleet size is too big. We also say we concerned about the distant water fishing nations, and I've been, the recent Bali one is that they're told that the biomass is 16%, 12% and something, we've got to do something, and they don't do anything. So I want to know what you people are going to do to actually get these distant water nations to slack off their fishing and to reduce the number of vessels in the Pacific Ocean fishery. You talk at conference after conference, nothing happens.
Let me just respond to that really quick. I mean, that's part of the frustration for why the PNA has really emerged in recent years, is the frustration with the fact that the institutions and existing arrangements don't address fundamental questions like that. But yeah, you're right. It's still a big concern as we speak. Some of these species are increasingly endangered. So I don't have an answer to you, but I think you're right. I mean, this is a critical question. I'll let the others address this, and this will be our last point for this session.
I'd just note that I'm a university professor. I just talk. That's what I get paid to do. So in that context, unfortunately, that's all I can do. But I would note, I completely agree with Ben. I've been involved in WCPOC meetings since 2003. And I think the PNA were very strategic because they knew that this was going to hit the wall in around about 2008. And they knew in order to get some of the things that they wanted, they just had to move ahead and just do it themselves. So they couldn't get it through the FFA because of a couple of states. And they decided, well, bugger this, we'll take it through the PNA. And they decided that if you wanted to fish in PNA waters, you weren't allowed to fish on the high seas. And people complained that that was against the law of the sea, and they said, no, it's not. It's just an industry agreement. If you don't like to fish in it, you can always fish in the high seas, you just can't fish in our EEZ. And because they had the collective solidarity and the strength, they passed that. So when they got to the WCPFC, the Koreans turned up with the biggest lawyer that they could find. And of course that was pointless because it wasn't a law of the sea issue, it was an agreement between an industry and a coastal state. So there was no argument there. And because the PNA controlled it, it didn't really make any difference what the WCPFC decided to do, and in the end the WCPFC realised. And they agreed to close the high seas in a couple of pockets. And that's where the P&A strength is really important, and then that's why I think the strength of the national governments to be able to determine their own national interest and see that their own national interest lies in that kind of collective strength is the critical point. In regard to other issues like Longline, where it's not so easy to make those kind of decisions, then I think you really do need to involve people like the Pew Charitable Trusts, because then you're going to need markets, and you really need to start bringing in the markets to be strong.
Just very quickly, and to add on what Quinton said, there has been some positive steps taken. And P&A is a classic example for the Pasean fishery. Recently, there is another group called the Tokelau Agreement that was signed, and it has not come into force yet. It's not legally binding, but it is indicating that countries are now taking steps to manage longland fishery by different collaborative sub-regional arrangements. So this Tokelau agreement focuses on albacore fisheries. This is where a huge number of longland fisheries are operating in this region. So if this agreement comes into fruition and force, then you would see something similar to P&A, where there is some controls put in place for longland fishery. And a colleague from the back raised the issue of longline VDS, and it has been trialed and by a number of countries, P&A countries. Now, if it proves to be a successful way of controlling longland fishery and by increasing the value of days, then that is another positive steps in which countries can utilize that measure to take full control of their fisheries. Thanks.
And with that, I hope this very interesting and good discussion on the various issues surrounding fisheries have made you all hungry, because we have tea time next. So thank you very much. Please give a very warm applause to our panelists, and we'll see you at the next session. Thank you.
Mic test. Saya ni off karo. Nak cuma.
Okay, good afternoon. We request everybody to please sit down and sit and settle down so that we can begin this very interesting session. Okay. Please sit down. Okay, just a quick reminder before we start the session. Please turn your evaluation forms after all the sessions are done. You can give them to any of the volunteers wearing the blue-green shirt or the registration table outside. Okay, so this is the last parallel session, and this session is on ICT, or Information and Communications Technology. Chairing this session is Andrew Parker, Principal Social Sector Economist from ADB. And without any further ado, I give you Andrew to preside over this session.
Let's do this. Okay, very good afternoon. We have 4 extremely distinguished, knowledgeable panelists to share their wisdom and insights with us this afternoon on ICT in the region and perhaps beyond. Let's see. So I'm just going to introduce them very briefly by name. I'm not sure they need much introduction, and then we'll go on with the presentations and have some time for Q&A afterwards. I think there must be a drum somewhere or a sign for it'll be at the front there. Okay, so you'll be kept well on track. So very briefly from my from your left to right. We have the Vice Chancellor of the University of the South Pacific here, Rajesh Chandra. We have my director from ADB, Emma Veve, Reinhard Silas from all the way, I should say, it's because it's quite a long way, from Palau, and maybe even further, I'm not sure. We have a late substitution. The Vice Minister from Timor-Leste is not able to be with us this afternoon. So we have Abel Perez da Silva stepping in for him, and he'll give his presentation later. So may I call upon Professor Chandra to give us his presentation on the role of ICT in development. Can we give a nice warm welcome? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And I just want to make sure that I've got my timer here. Today, I'm actually speaking not as the Vice Chancellor of USP, but as the Chair of the ICT Working Group. And I'll explain more about that. But essentially, this is really work that represents the collective effort of crop agencies as well as some other members. Essentially, if you look at information and communication technologies and you combine that with knowledge, then we realize that our prosperity and our ability to link into the world system with any sense of dignity and our ability to have any kind of competitive edge means that effective, speedy utilization of ICT is crucial. And I would argue that, in fact, ICTs are more important for the Pacific Islands than they are for others, given that we are scattered over larger areas, given that we have very small economies that need to play to the larger demand at the world stage. And so it's not something that the Pacific can feel is left to other areas and eventually will come. Knowledge economy, propelled very significantly by technology improvements, is really what determines the future of countries now. Now, in the Pacific, the reality is that there are some pockets of excellent ICT developments, but the overall development of ICT in the region actually lags behind other regions. This is notwithstanding some recent very promising examples of how quickly the region is lagging behind. I guess what the main message, or one of the messages that I want to give, is that we are behind. The world is moving ahead. Some parts of the Pacific are moving ahead, and we just need to all make sure that we are running faster than most other people. Because if you're behind and you run at the same speed, you're not going to catch up with them. And we need to make sure that we are catching up with them. Now, the leaders recognize the game-changing nature, the transformative nature of ICT in ensuring that the Pacific Islands can promote their prosperity and can cooperate effectively and integrate. So at the last meeting of the forum leaders in Moresby, they adopted ICT as one of the 5 major priorities. And that priority, although there was an issue around whether we create a new body to deal with that or we carry on with the working group, but the main thing is that they selected this initiative, and it is led by the University of the South Pacific as the chair of that working group. And that reflects within CROP and within the region just the very preeminent demonstrated capacity of ICT in our region. In order to make sure that the vision of the leaders is met, and as I said, the whole crux of the matter is quick, fast utilization of ICTs in the region, we have tried to make sure that all the key players are involved in the working group. And we were very encouraged that the ADB and the World Bank had a bilateral meeting with us right after the leaders' decision. We have had many subsequent meetings, and the ICT working group has been expanded and now includes the Australian, New Zealand governments, the ADB and the World Bank, representatives of the private sector, because they actually make things happen. So do financial and development institutions. And member countries, because if we are doing things for the member countries, we need to make sure that those countries have a say. And civil society. So this is as inclusive a group as you can make. And the idea is that we work together to share information, to synergize the efforts that everybody is making, and be the central group that is able to coordinate this for better effectiveness for the region. Now, ICT is a very broad area, and you can do many things, and not all those things will yield the kind of impact that leaders are talking about. So one of the first things that the ICT working group did was to look at the whole ecosystem of ICT in the region, and then look at how do we look at it and how do we organize our responses to those different components. So it adopted this conceptualization of ICT. So when you talk about ICT, you could be talking about connectivity with the ADB and some other speakers will talk about. You're talking about the environment, the institutional arrangements, etc. You're talking about the cybersecurity because you need security to give confidence to people in terms of them engaging. Nobody, for instance, will agree to do online buying if they know their cards are going to be hacked into. So you really need very solid cyber security. Countries need to be protected against attempts by other entities to get into their systems. E-government, e-commerce, e-learning. Then there is a very major component of capacity building. There is no question about the fact that the success of any project, any development enterprise, or the success of rolling out ICT depends on having capable, competent people in the region who can make those things happen. You can get some consultants to help you, but at the end of the day, we need people trained in a regular manner with the international accreditations to make sure that we have capacity in our governments, in the agencies that run the programs, and also, and this is the main point, once you have got your connectivity, that is simply like making a road or creating a bridge. It will not actually yield the benefits until you get to create all the other things that are essential to make it work. You need, as I said, the regulatory framework, the facilitative framework, the right incentives, etc. But you need the content. And that is where the big challenge is, because many people feel, okay, I've got my fiber. If they don't get the institutional framework right, it won't be utilized in the way it can be, should be. If you want to have e-government but don't actually have the content to populate, the processes to be computerized, then you won't have e-government. Same thing applies to e-commerce. It's one thing to provide the infrastructure. The other one is to develop all the platforms which are technical, complex things. We have e-learning. Now, there's nothing that is changing education around the world more than using ICT to take full advantage of the new pedagogies that are available. And again, you will see from the slides later, the ministries of education actually have moved quite fast. Of course, we have USP as the leading provider of e-learning in our region. But nonetheless, content creation and integrating that content into the educational system, whether it's USP as a university or high schools or other learning institutions, content creation, marrying it into the education system so that it is an integral part rather than an add-on. That's very important. You have standards and templates. Now, one of the very important things that the region has realized is that we shouldn't reinvent the wheels. There is a very big advantage in common standards. We do want to cooperate, and by agreeing beforehand with some common standards and requirements, we can go very far. So if country A is setting up its payment system using one platform, you don't want country B to be putting another platform and country C to put another platform, so that we can't talk to each other. So one of the main benefits of cooperation in the region is going to be in adoption of common standards and templates, taking more advantage of what is working in one country, rather than trying to get to do different things. And I think in many ways is going to be in being intelligent to avoid being conned by people who want to sell you their products. And this is where governments need to be smart, and you need independent groups that have nothing to sell as such, but offer really good advice. And then we have disaster management. It's a very major current topic. We need much more developed systems in the Pacific, and ICT Group is looking at all of those. It's not trying to do those things, but it is really making people aware that you need to look at the total ecosystem, and it is trying to identify who is doing what and trying to bring them into the umbrella and give them additional voice and support. And of course, e-health. Now, there are very good reasons why e-health is crucial to the Pacific. We are far away from the technically sophisticated health diagnostics and treatment centers, and it is amazing how much money you can save by using e-health, not only to get remote capacity to strengthen your own capacities, but also really to have a very systematic approach as to what you can do locally, on your own, or guided by others, and how you can link effectively with other partners. So all of these areas are the ones that are very important. Now, connectivity, of course, we started with, and I will not say very much on connectivity because I know that there are other presentations. But I do want to say that there has been a surprising degree of movement on connectivity. Just 2 years ago, one would not have imagined that Kiribati would be considered viable for cable. In fact, people were saying it's not viable. You couldn't have imagined, but now cable will go to Kiribati. People could not have agreed that Cook Islands should have fiber. They had already opted for O3B. So I think that one of the most promising things that have happened so far, and I'm 2 minutes away, is on connectivity. So I'll stop talking, run through this thing. All of that you can watch elsewhere, and all of that you can watch elsewhere. But I will just make a few more comments, and in fact, in that 1 minute, I want to make my concluding remarks. Essentially, these are the things that I've already talked about. So let me conclude by saying that there is no substitute for the rapid development and deployment of ICTs, because without that, we will not be able to provide the prosperity or the security or the satisfaction that our citizens look for. The ICT working group has been strengthened on behalf of the leaders and crop agencies. We need to work together because we know that if we work together and share the information, the end results are much better. We need partnerships. I've said many times before, this century belongs to people who partner with others and who network with others, and there is absolute truth in that for ICT in particular. It's the SIS countries that tend to get left out, partly because they don't have the market, etc. But I'm very glad that ADB has taken on board the issue of supporting not only fiber connectivity, but also extending support to SIS countries that includes satellites as well. We now need to really look at applications. I think if there is a message that I should leave with you, it is to do with connectivity is already there. It is going to come. Where we are going to be deficient is in the application. That monopolies have held us back. And in fact, you can blame the low degree of deployment entirely on the monopolies. So we must fight very strongly against any monopolies or any remnants of monopolies now pretending to run a more open, liberal market. And finally, just reinforcing the message that collective effort, openness to other people is what the region needs, and this is what the Crop ICT Working Group is trying to do. not for the benefit of USP or any other organization. In fact, the key thing about the ICT working group is that none of us should benefit from the work we are doing in ICT working group as such. That is something to help the governments and the communities in the Pacific. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. And you helped me avoid you having to interrupt you. Thank you for that. We're going to have Emma Veve is up next, Director from ADB in the Pacific Department. She's going to talk about enhancing ICT in the Pacific, becoming #connected. Can we have a nice round of applause for Emma? Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Hopefully that woke you all up. Look, the VC has pretty much said it all. I'm hoping to just add a bit of a flavour of what's actually happening in the Pacific. And we're here in the Pacific. It's certainly pristine. We're close to nature. It's peaceful. But as we've been hearing, it's very far from anywhere, very far from the rest of the world, very far from your tourism markets, very far from your trading partners. But the world is changing. We've been hearing about the potential for ICT, and the world certainly is changing, and the people are asking for connectivity, and indeed the Pacific, as we've heard, has been becoming more and more connected, which is a good thing, and the bank is there to help the Pacific become connected. Today I'm going to talk about how we get from remote Pacific islands to a place where people can operate their businesses, people can conduct their relations with government, conduct their day-to-day life in the same way that you can in a developed country, to access the technology, to share information, to send photos to the other side of the world, all those sorts of things that a lot of people in the world now take for granted. So how can we give those opportunities to the Pacific to use as they choose to use? At the moment, and it varies from country to country, but roughly only somewhere between 10 and 30% of Pacific Islanders actually access the internet. And interestingly, the Pacific has sort of leapfrogged the way the technology changed in the rest of the world. People are accessing through mobile devices, which is actually a good thing because that's a fairly cheap way in terms of the infrastructure you have to buy to access the internet. So there's a lot of potential for growth. But what's holding back this growth? Well, part of it is price. Certainly there's the cost of buying a mobile phone, but that has been coming down, and there's quite a lot of competition in that area. But the price of the data services, the internet charges, are extremely high. Roughly the average price in the Pacific is at least 7 times, if not more, that people pay in New Zealand. And you're getting a slower service typically as well. And this means, as the Vice-Chancellor highlighted, huge range of missed opportunities to stay in touch, to access education, to access government services, and interestingly for people to get closer to their customers. The whole world of online trading has really not hit the Pacific to any great extent. We did some aid for trade work last year where we looked at the use of the internet to sell goods in the Pacific and found people had websites but they weren't using it to sell. And the opportunity for women in business is huge on the internet. Lots of problems that women face in business are avoided by conducting business over the internet. So lots of opportunity just being missed. So how does the Pacific become connected? There's a number of technologies. There's the way that countries are connected at the moment, typically via satellite. There's the fibre optic submarine cables. That is where the ADB, World Bank, and some private partners in the Pacific have been heavily involved. There's O3B, which is a lower level satellite, which offers cheaper services, and many of the countries are taking that up now. There's other new technologies out there that haven't been put into operation. Pacific, OneWeb are just a couple of examples of those technologies, and the technologies are changing quickly. So just some quick facts. About 7 Pacific Islands currently have fibre optic cables, some put in by the private sector, like the Fiji Southern Cross cable, some put in by governments, as in the case of Tonga, for example. And that's the difference in the Pacific, that quite often the markets are small and governments do need to be involved. The private sector isn't quite ready to invest in some cables in the Pacific. About 6 Pacific countries of the ADB members are using O3B. And that's particularly important as it also helps to cover many of their outer islands. They can direct the satellites towards them, and it's particularly useful. We understand about 6 Pacific countries have signed up to CACIFIC, which may become operational next year, possibly the year after. There's lots of talk of new cables crossing the Pacific. Hawaii, the Moana cable have both been announced. That would certainly reduce the costs of building cables to just connect into someone else's cable, and it would transfer a lot of the risk. But we're still waiting for them to really get moving. What we've found is important is not just having the infrastructure, but having the right environment for the infrastructure to work properly. Having an open telecommunications regime so that you have either real competition or regulated market to simulate competition in the smallest countries in terms of access to telecom services. Independent regulation, whether it's of private operators or of government operators, having some regulation of their market behaviour is critical to ensure that the price savings of cables are passed on to the consumers and not pocketed as profit along the way. And the capacity of the regulator. There's no good having an office of the regulator if they have no capacity to do anything and are not backed up legally. These are all critical to making cables work. The governance structure of the entity that manages the cable in the country is also important. In effect, the wholesaler of internet who will sell the services onto the internet providers, the ISPs, the telecoms companies in the country. And some of our projects show these issues in practice. I know Reinhard will talk more about Palau, but the Tonga cable is one that went live in mid-2013. It connected Tonga Tapu here to the Southern Cross cable that comes in at Suva. And it cost just over $30 million to build with funding from ADB and World Bank. It is 100% government owned, and prices have fallen now by up to 60% in Tonga Tapu. And internet access, we estimate, has more than doubled. But these gains were slow to achieve because the reforms needed in regulation weren't put in place early enough. They weren't put in place till after the cable was in place, and some of the potential gains at the outset were lost. Tonga is also looking at putting in some domestic spur to connect Hapai and Vavau. They see benefit in greater domestic connectivity for there. And so the lesson out of Tonga is regulation, and it needs to be there to make sure the costs are passed on to customers, the lower costs are passed on to customers. We have 2 ongoing cable projects, the Samoa submarine cable, which will connect Samoa through here to Fiji. Those of you who were here yesterday would have heard the Attorney General, Minister of Finance, talk about the potential for Savu-Savu to connect into that cable. And that's one of the great things that nearby countries can also connect in. We're looking to have that going by September next year. And it's funded with the World Bank. We've also got the Palau, the Palau Submarine Cable Corporation, which Reinhard will talk about, so I won't go through all the details of that. But it's a different structure. It's instead of building a cable like the Samoans are, it's building a spur out to a cable that will be put through by private entities. So lots of different ways of doing things. As I said, building their own cable, Tonga, Samoa followed that route. Connecting to a passing cable, Palau and Yap in FSM are doing that. Looking at possibilities for connectivity for neighbouring countries to share costs. Wallis and Fortuna have already signed on to join the Samoa-Fiji cable. Hopefully Fiji will also sign on to that. There's potential there, and of course including domestic spurs. Samoa has included a spur to Savaii as part of its base project. Looking at the governance structures of the cable companies, The role of the cable company really is to procure, implement and operate the submarine cable in the country, to sell the internet bandwidth fairly to all in the market, and to minimise the wholesale price while covering operating costs. So they're not a profit centre for government or for its other owners. They're there to do what's needed to do to make the infrastructure work and to ensure the costs hit the benefits hit the pockets of the consumers. Samoa had a slightly different structure and has private investment into their cable company, but the same non-profit intent. Financing cables is an expensive thing. The Samoa cable, the project estimated cost is $51 million US. Tonga, as I said, just over $30 million. So they're not cheap, but they provide excellent returns. And I think some of the statistics on the uptake of internet bandwidth are quite phenomenal, the rate of uptake and growth in the market once you put a cable in. As I said, there's potential for private investment in these, and even ones that start out as government-owned submarine cable companies can potentially be sold off under a good regulatory regime to the private sector eventually. So thinking regionally, there's potential for countries to cooperate to build cables. The Cook Islands is a really good example of that. We're working with New Zealand currently to connect the Cook Islands. New Zealand's particularly interested in connecting Niue as well. And so we're looking at building a cable from Samoa through to the Cooks and hopefully onto French Polynesia, which has a fairly advanced telecom system there. So lots of potential for countries to work together here. You can also jointly negotiate to connect to a cable as FSM and Palau did in the case of connecting to the Globe Telen cable. Countries can also think about jointly negotiating O3B access, and this is something that hasn't been done yet. Countries have negotiated one by one, but it's a potential area for savings. Finally, another potential area for greater cooperation is shared regulatory capacity. Setting up individual regulators in countries is resource intensive. There has been some funding for a regional regulatory body located here at USP, but I think ensuring that functions effectively is important to making sure a well-regulated industry across the region. Finally, we're also doing a lot to actually encourage the use of the internet for development purposes once it's put in place. So we're looking at ways to connect communities. The Samoa SchoolNet project put together community centres at schools where children could use the computers during the daytime, community could access them out of school hours. In the Solomon Islands, we're doing a small pilot of ICT for education to provide for information transfer from remote schools to the Ministry of Education so they get real-time information about who's there, teachers, students, etc. In Tonga, in the health area, we have a mobile diabetes pilot activity that's providing pregnant and nursing mothers with information. They're able to test their status in terms of their risk of diabetes at home through home testing kits that are provided to them, and use their mobile phones to send in the results and get back the information they need to keep healthy. Tonga has been quite impressed with that. We're looking at building a bigger mHealth or eHealth activity in Tonga in coming years. And using it as an example how you can have the service provision through a sector, and then you need to at the same time think through issues like data security, the whole of government systems, the whole of government policy towards ICT. So using the practical base of a sector wanting to do some things to push reforms across the ICT sector as a whole. And the other area we're becoming more and more active in is health information systems. We're doing this in Samoa as part of the cable project. We've piloted a health information system in PNG in 6 districts where nurses at the health centre use tablets to enter patient information. It's transferred to the Ministry of Health, and there the team is able to put out that information in graphical form to show who's using health centres, where they're coming from, whether the staff are at the health centres, and use that information for making management decisions about the operation of the health sector in PNG. So we hope to be able to do more of that kind of work in the region. And we've done some work with Pacific Islands Trade and Invest on their website. So there's certainly a lot of opportunities through ICT for the Pacific. And really it's taking charge of those opportunities, thinking how can we use ICT and how can we make our lives different and easier with it. Thank you.
Thanks, Emma, very much. We'll go to our third presenter, who is Reinhard Silas. He is chairman of the Palau National Telecommunications Commission. He's going to talk to us about the Palau Telecoms landscape and the current fiber optic project. Can we have a nice round of applause for Reinhard? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a little bit tall. Good afternoon, everyone. As Andrew briefly introduced, my name is Reinhard. I work for the Palau National Government, but in my side responsibility, I serve as a member of the board of directors overseeing the only national telecom for the island nation. In that, within that capacity, I had also been assigned about 2 years ago to try and work with a group of stakeholders to implement the government's policy that was basically put out to look into reforming the telecom industry in Palau and to find a way that we can get Palau connected to a fiber optic cable. Why was that fiber optic cable made as part of that as an important priority for the government? I'll tell you a brief story. Palau for the last probably 30-some years had been relying on satellite for internet connection. And as probably many of you here in this room may have forgotten because you've been so used to fast internet through fiber optic cable. For us it worked, but we continued to face a lot of the challenges that come with satellite connection. Not just the quality of the bandwidth that we were getting, but the suffering that comes with the high price of using satellite-based internet. I'll just give you a quick example of the prices that we paid up until, fortunately, at the beginning of July. Up until last month, or earlier this month, we used to pay, you probably forgot the acronym for internet bandwidth, KBPS. You probably deal with GB and all that, but we're still dealing with KBPS. Up until the beginning of this month, the telecom company, corporation, used to charge a little over $300 US a month for 128 kbps. And for a 1 gigabyte subscription on DSL a month, I think you can work out the numbers there. Expect to pay over $1,500 US a month. So that shows access and pricing were a challenge for us. So that's why we came up with that policy 2 years ago. Let's do something to try and come up to par with the other our regional neighbors. So that was our project 2.5 years ago. We started with the drafting of a new telecom framework, which we must acknowledge the role of the World Bank in supporting its development, and that will be the first part of my presentation today, just to give you a quick overview of the telecom framework that we look to introducing into to the Congress hopefully later this year, if not early next year. Under the current the law or framework that we operate by, it is basically a patchwork of a lot of instruments that govern how we should run our telecom market. We have a treaty with the United States that has a say over the use of telecom. There are a number of legislations and regulations that also regulate the businesses or the running of telecom business in Palau, as well as executive functions over it. The president can issue directives. And then, at the same time, for the telecom corporation itself, while we have been I guess this is something we can be a little proud of. It's a public corporation, but I believe, even though I've been there for the last 3.5 years, I believe this corporation, since its establishment in the early 80s, up until when we became independent in 94, the corporation took out a loan from the Rural Utility Services of the U.S. Department of Agriculture to build up to improve the telecom. And since that time until today, the corporation has never relied on the government for any support to run its operations. So it is bound by that loan agreement that we have with the RUS. At the same time, the corporation has self-regulation, self-regulatory ability under national laws and its own standard operating procedures to pretty much run itself on its own, even though it has a board to oversee it appointed by the government. The problem with the current regulatory framework, there's a whole bunch of issues that that are been identified in the framework. But given the time constraint I have, I just want to quickly go through some of them to illustrate the point on why we had embarked to get a new telecom law in place or framework. We have this National Telecom Corporation, but at the same time we have only 2 other new market entrants that are locally owned there. They're in the Wi-Fi services. But up until today, we've had one foreign company that came into to the market several years ago, but it didn't last long. And for certain reasons, as well as those embedded in the law, it's not easy for anybody to enter into the market and have a fair or level playing field. Because under the current framework, while it's theoretically open, everything is more sort of, all the advantages are tilted toward the sole national telecom carrier. PNCC itself, it's not required by law to have full disclosure to the Congress or to the President. It has a lot of exemptions under the law in its favor. One thing I'll just note it at the end is in terms of interconnection, which is essential for telecom competition, we have the sole authority and discretion to decide on that. There's nothing in the law to allow to impose such a requirement on PNCC. So just based on those few quick snapshot of those few issues we have with the framework, we've taken some time over the last year to develop a new telecom legal and regulatory framework, and that has been put together, and we are just waiting for the right moment to hand it over to the Congress. So hopefully, when the submarine cable comes into play next year, everything, all the necessary ingredients to having a well-functioning telecom industry will be in place. I will not go through the every single points that I've pointed out under this subject of our new telecom framework, but basically I just want to say, it was done in consultation among all the stakeholders in the country, including our small competitors and including our various representatives from the business community, and they all had a say, and we all share the very same objective that we need to reform the law that we were operating under. We need a new regime to work under if we are to see a better provisioning of telecom services in the years to come. So this new framework is, again, based on good practices. So one of the things that it looks to establishing is creating a regulator, the office of a telecom regulator. That is something we don't have at the moment, not fully, if you look at the current practices on the ground. Certain government agency has some very little regulatory function, but they're all limited to assignment of radio frequencies. The proposed law also looks into providing access, and of course that will come with shared responsibilities. They want access, they will have to be licensed, and probably will create a universal access fund that everybody will pitch into and help, for example, help address the burden that falls on a corporation like PNCC in providing expensive services to the rural outlying islands. Those are just some of the further description of the proposed law. Let me move into the next part. I want to spend a few minutes to share with you the project that Emma had mentioned earlier. For next year, we look into hooking up with a new submarine cable connection for the island. The cable is intended to be open for all the service providers. It's not just for the national telecom. It will be owned by a separate public corporation that we created by law last year to own and manage the submarine cable. It's already established. They've taken the role of implementing the project to deliver the cable sometimes toward the end of next year. I got a few, been warned I have a few minutes left, so let me just quickly give you some pictures on the how we sort of came about with the selection of the company that will work with to connect our cable. In the process of procuring the cable, for things like that, you get a lot of, course, solicited and unsolicited proposals. But having taken a financing from a development bank, from the Asian Development Bank to purchase the cable, there are strict procurement requirements that we had to follow. So we looked at all the options in accordance with their procurement rules, and some of the criteria we used internally, of course in consultation with them, or to look to how they address the needs of Palau and its ability to pay back the loan. One of the things that was very important to us was to look at the capacity offers. One of the options had given us one of the cable proposals had given us an option of initially lighting up to 100 kik in the first year, and with a full capacity of 500 kik. I don't think we'll ever use that in the next 25 to 30 years, as probably just 100 kik would probably be enough for the next 10 years. Obviously, like any other government or responsible entity, we looked at the operating and capital expenditure requirements of owning and maintaining the cable. Using those and other matrix, we of course ended up selecting a company that we thought would best serve that meet our pricing and give us more than what we needed in terms of our investment for the next 15 to, or at least 25 years. Just quick map on that. The cable will run through island of Guam to Hawaii to California, and we will be spurring off to that line, and we'll have the connection by the end of next year. These are just some of the, again, the matrix we use to assess the cable company selection. I'm running out of time, so I will not bore you with details. As I said, the company is 100% publicly owned, but there's a provision in the law in view of trying to entice private sector participation in the company. Provision in the law that that provided for the cable corporation mandated that after 10 years we will look into either fully privatizing it or partially privatizing it. This is an exciting project for us. Again, we again, for at least for the last 15 years, we seriously looked into finding a way to get a submarine cable. Palau is highly dependent. The economy is highly dependent on tourism, and it doesn't help when your tourists come and when they do the exit survey. One thing that they always complain about, or probably one major thing they complain about when they leave, is, what was your worst experience in Palau? Internet in capital and bolded letters. So that's why we had to undertake this project, and we're glad that it didn't take us another 15 years to deliver it, and we look to enjoying the full benefits of fiber optic based internet services like our neighbors from the FSM and the Marshall Islands. We've had the pleasure of using such quality services for the last decade or so. I wouldn't, probably some of you will be thinking that it kind of doesn't make sense to have another public corporation running when you haven't passed this framework. Again, just as we successfully delivered on getting the political commitment to accept this huge investment to take on this fiber optic project, we are confident that we will get this legislation, the legal and regulatory framework, passed through the Congress, if not later this year, early next year, in time for the commencement of the BSCC, the Cable Corporation's operations. And we look to introducing the legislation to cover all the three public corporations, now 4. So that's another complementary measure to ensure their performance are aligned with best practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reinhard, very much. And we'll move to our 4th and last presenter, who is Abel Pires da Silva. He is a telecommunications advisor in the Office of the Vice Minister for Transport and Telecommunications from Timor-Leste. You're very welcome, and let's give him a nice round of applause. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Bula, the good thing about presenting last is that you don't have much left to say. So I would like to thank Professor Rajas, Madam Emma, and Director Reinhard for presenting my topic. Thank you so much. But let's be serious. The presenter for this topic was initially, as mentioned by our chair of the session, Andrew, that our Vice Minister, His Excellency Ina Sumera, was the one who's going to present the paper, but because he was not feeling well since yesterday morning, so I'm trying my best to present the topic. The main point that we're trying to make is that what we're, as a country, Timor-Leste wants to actually deliver all these ICT benefits as it was presented by Professor Rajas and Madam Emma, but in our case, we have one important reason apart from enjoying the benefits of ICT, which is the revenue for the state. Now I'm going to present that later on. So a little bit about myself. I have a PhD in ICT for Development from the Australian National University in 2014, and I've been working in the area for the last 15 years. So to start the presentation, how many people in this room knows the physical location of Timor-Leste? Hands up, please. Less than half. So here it is. This slide is really important because every time I introduce myself that I'm from East Timor, people will ask, excuse me, Eskimo or Istanbul? So here it is. East Timor is located between Australia and Indonesia. The total population was around 1.16 million, according to the last census conducted last year. And this is a little bit background about the country, the land, the sea, and its people. We have the best sites for snorkeling. So if you love snorkeling, please visit Timor-Leste. And yeah, a little bit background about telecommunication or ICT in Timor-Leste. The country was restored its independence in 2002, and by 2003 we have started the telecommunication industry with one monopoly regime. It was built, operate, and transfer with the help from the World Bank, I believe. At that time, during the 2003 to 2012, we have single operator. The operator was Timor Telecom, so no competition. And because of the no competition regime, there was relatively expensive services. And by 2012, we have total cellular phone subscribers around 600,000 subscribers. Annual telco revenue at that time was around $75 million. So it's not really a small market in that sense. But because of the monopoly regime, the government in 2011-2012 believed that they need to make some changes, learning from experience from Palau. I think we are experiencing the same thing with very, expensive services. So in 2012, the government introduced the first reform. So it was introduced using the Decree Law number 15/2012. So as a result of that, we now have 3 operators: Timor Telecom, initially owned by the Portuguese Telkomsel, which is owned by the Telkomsel in Indonesia, and also the Telemor, owned by Vietnam Telecommunication. Apart from there, as a result of the reform, we experienced increased phone subscribers around 1.3. This is more than the total population itself. So you can see that there are individuals having more than one SIM cards. Subscribers to mobile phone was also increased significantly, up to 128,000 population. So it's quite significant compared to the last monopoly regime. We also now have national fiber optic backbone, which is running around the country. Landline subscribers, unfortunately, it's not still around 3,000, still very low. The total annual telco revenue estimation for last year was about 100 million, so it's increased slightly. However, there was not enough. As a result of the liberalization regime, we are now enjoying a better ICT environment. We can see that the government also trying to implement ICT for development, to support the development process. One very good example that I would like to share here is that transparency portal in the areas of transparency and accountability. So you can see here you can actually access the government spendings. For instance, these procurement portals. All the government projects are listed in this website. So everyone knows what's going on with the government budget spending. It's coming. Yes, you can just review the current tenders or the awarded tenders. So it's very transparent in a sense that you know where the state budget has been spent. Going back to my presentation. The other implementation in the ICT for development in Timor-Leste is the access to justice. We have case management information system. This is a very good example how ICT can actually help the common citizens to access or at least to understand what's going on with the process, with the justice process from the case handled by the police until it was sentenced to and then sent to the prison services. So it's a complete cycle of justice process, and we have that as well. And apart from the government services, we also enjoyed the private sector activities. We have now Timor-Leste-based software companies as well, and we also have other services like GPS tracking for vehicles and everything. So it's kind of exciting moment at this time, but it's not enough. For one simple reason, Timor-Leste is very heavily dependent on oil. 90% of our budget is from the revenues derived from oil and gas. At the moment, we have $16.58 billion as of March. But the problem with our heavy oil dependent is that because of two double hits. Since last year and the year before, we are experiencing falling oil prices, and as well as we reduce productions. So the money is not really coming in as quickly as it was hoped. So there's urgent needs for non-oil state revenues collection. This is what brings us to this topic of presentations, how we can actually reform telecommunication or ICT sector in Timor-Leste to actually help the state to collect non-oil state revenue. Now, at the moment, we are in the process of introducing new legal frameworks, new tax reform law, which is being handled by the Ministry of Finance. So there are possibilities to collect operators' revenue tax, fees and charges, for instance, numbering. This is a numbers are very, very limited resources. Spectrum as well, regulatory domain.tl and others. So we are trying to actually introduce these new legal frameworks to start collecting revenues. For instance, our domain.tl is now been freely distributed. That needs to stop. We need to start charging some fees. But the trouble with trying to charge is that we don't have legal frameworks. So now we are working on it to introduce the new tax reform law. And apart from that, we need to actually reform our National Communication Authority as well, so that they can actually function as a revenue-based authority. It's no longer an authority for the sake of authority, for the sake of managing the sector, but they need to manage the sector in order to actually generate revenues, non-oil revenues for the state. Now, apart from the reforming the legal frameworks, we are also in the process of introducing long-distance fiber optic internet gateways. Now, there are three main options. One is to connect our East Timor to Darwin, Australia. The other one is to connect to Indonesia via Kupang. And the other one is to actually run our cable directly from Dili to Singapore. So the cost would be around $100 million to $300 million. I think for this one we need to learn from our from Director Reinhardt to actually share their experience. And if this initiative is successful, immediately according to our estimation, immediately we will be able to actually generate revenues as much as $10 million, and hopefully it will continue to grow in the future. However, there are potential constraints or challenges. 1.1 million population is relatively small, and also there are demands for tax breaks from businesses. So once we try to introduce taxes, we will expect to receive resistance from the business people. And also, introducing tax means increased pressure, economic pressure to most of our population, because around half of the population are still living below poverty line. And by that, I mean living with 0.8 cents, 80 cents per day. I think that's all. This is the second day and second last session, so I don't want to take more of your time. Thank you so much. Obrigado.
Thanks very much, Abel. We've got some time, not until 4:30, so about 20 minutes for some questions that you might like to ask any of the four panel members. If you could just briefly introduce yourself when you ask, and as usual, keep your questions or comments short and to the point. Let's take two or three. So we'll go one, test, two, and David, did you have your hand up? Yeah, yes you did. Okay, let's take those three to start with. One over there. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Tess Newton-Kane. I'm from TNC Pacific Consulting in Vanuatu. My question is for the Vice-Chancellor and also for Emma, but obviously others may wish to comment. Given what we know about the very patchy success of port service delivery in the Pacific Islands region, I'd be keen to know why you think, or what makes ICT different that makes it more likely to succeed at the regional level, and particularly in terms of regional regulation, because I'd be keen to know what the model for that would be and where you see the likelihood of success rather than lack of success. Thank you.
My question is also for Emma. I just wanted to get a brief overview of Pacific. I'm unclear what that is, and so it would be good. I'm sure I'm not the only one.
Yeah, thanks. A question for Abel, although interested in views of anyone else on the panel as well. Obviously, small markets, we have liberalization also introduces regulatory challenges around how to ensure a level playing field and encourage competition, even given a relatively small number of market participants. What lessons do you think do you take from the experience in Timor or other countries around how to use competition to drive further reductions in prices?
Good set of questions. VC, would you like to kick us off?
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think the optimism about Pacific succeeding in managing a more rapid deployment of ICT comes from the fact that some countries have done extremely well. And so other people in the Pacific are looking at them. Fiji, I think, is an excellent example of a country that deregulated, got rid of entrenched monopoly, created all the regulatory and other institutional support mechanisms, including the Commerce Commission, etc., that has really pursued a very active government interventionist approach to making sure that ICT reaches everywhere. We have a successful example in Tonga, where, as you see, the prices have fallen. I think because the citizens are now so connected with everybody else, the community is going to put more pressure on governments and companies simply because they can see what is being offered elsewhere. And I think the other optimism comes from the fact that those who are putting large amounts of money, i.e. the funding groups, are insisting that they will want to see proper institutional frameworks to make sure that the returns on the investment reach the kind of levels that they can be reached or expected by the investors. So I think that it's true that we have had patchy experience in the past, but I think that we have enough experience of it, enough successful models, and I think that there is evidence to disprove what a lot of monopolies say it cannot be done, because it has been done in a moderately large market like Fiji. It's been done in a much smaller market in Tonga. It's been done in Timor-Leste. So I think that those are the ways in which I think we can be more optimistic. Thank you.
I would just add to that, the infrastructure is actually really robust. Once you put in a submarine cable, it's there on the sea floor. You can, when you buy it, you buy in maintenance contracts as well. So the issues that you find in roads, water systems, of them falling apart if they're not looked after properly, are not such the case with submarine cables. In fact, they pull them up off the seabed at the end of their economic life, refurbish them with new repeaters and reuse them. You know, they can be 80 plus years of life in these things, technically speaking. So I think that sort of takes one set of problems away from the Pacific, that where the operation maintenance is not going to be such an issue. And I think the potential for private sector involvement in the service provision, the active, we've seen competitive mobile phone markets, we see cheaper tablets that people are using, competing ISP providers. So the reach of the service is also to some extent taken out of government hands, and it's really just the on-selling of the cable, which is of the internet access. So it's quite a different process than the usual service provision that we've seen in the Pacific in the past. So I think that's why we're hopeful about its sustainability. In terms of regional regulation, I think each country will still need to have its regulations in place. It will have a regulator there in country, but there's potential for the very specialised services that might be needed in particular instances to be brought in from a pool of recognised experts across a range of areas, and they might then work in multiple countries, so they develop a greater understanding of the Pacific environment. I think there's potential to do things that kind of way, but certainly probably not having one agreed regulatory procedure. You would still differentiate that country by country, although they would be somewhat similar. In terms of explaining Pacific, I put my hand up. I'm an economist. I'm not a technical person. I understand it's an offering from a private company that is useful for serving remote communities, outer islands, and it uses some kind of either shortwave, microwave sort of system to bounce the internet service on, and requires sort of a suitcase-sized piece of infrastructure to do it that's relatively cheap, but then you have to have a number of them because the reach of it is not so far. You basically need sort of just a bit more than a line of sight to use it. So it's a sort of a lower level that will help to bring in more people to internet coverage.
Okay, thank you, David, for the question. I think there is one important lesson from Timor-Leste's experiences, Timor-Leste's experience in liberalizing the sector is that they made a very good decisions by avoiding duopoly. Because I believe should the government decided to only open the market to one more operator, then I don't think we are enjoying the services as much as we are doing now. Because Digicel from Fiji, I believe, they were trying really hard to push the Timorese government to actually adopt duopoly. And they made, based on my observation, I think they made a very good decision by avoiding that. So they opened the market for more than 2 operators. I think that's really important.
Thanks. I think we've got time for a few more questions. One here and one at the front. One more. And one at the back.
Hi, my name's Paula Norris. I'm a development practitioner working in Papua New Guinea. I was involved in a project in 2014 funded by the European Union to set up the PNG ICT cluster. And I'm just wondering, Emma and Professor Chandra, are you aware of that, or are you in touch with them? And if not, maybe I can join some dots for you there.
Thank you very much. My name is Carlotta Leon Guerrero. I used to be a senator on Guam, chair of telecommunications, and I privatized the Guam Telephone Authority. And I almost got lynched. I can't even tell you how hard it was. But I would say that for when you have to go to the legislature, what really helped me in that is put in place a lifeline rate, because there was such a fear that poor people, retirees, people that are bedridden, that are sick at home, would be left out of the equation. So I really had to listen to what all the objections were. And I saw in the presentation from Timor-Leste mentioning the low income level. So I'm wondering if there's any thoughts when you go to the legislature, or you're thinking about it, to take this into consideration, because it's a fear that they have that the prices are going to go up, 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 and everybody's wages are going to go up. But if you're poor and you're on a fixed income and you're elderly, they're not going up. So I just offer that as something that helped me make that hurdle, and I don't know if it's something that is your consideration.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Lisa Veriti from the Pacific Disability Forum, and I'd like to ask the questions. All the speakers you have raised the issues around connectivity. My question really for the disability population is around accessibility to ICT. So in terms of the regional framework on ICT and the plan, what is the CROP working group, if the CROP working group has taken into account accessible ICT for the 1 million plus disability population in the region? And for the work that ADB has done in the region, have you considered accessible ICT apart from affordability, which is a different question, because for us, affordability, it only works with assessing accessible ICT only works with smartphone, which is too expensive for us to buy. And if there are experiences from the two countries, from Palau and Timor, around the issues of accessibility, do you have good practices or experiences to share that the sector could benefit from in terms of the regional work around accessibility, ICT in the region? Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. Maybe we'll start at the other end. Maybe start with you, Abel, and then come this way.
Sure. Thank you so much for the comments. Yes, we do have the considerations about services in poor or rural areas. In the in the legal framework there was provisions about universal service obligations. Now the problem with that is that the authority has not been able to collect money for the universal service fund because there is no other legal framework to actually allow the authority to start collecting the money. Now, in Timor-Leste's constitutions, there was article number 144 only allows law to allow government institutions to collect revenues, and the creation of the authority was using a decree law, which is passed by the government, not the parliament. So we are in this process of resolving these legal difficulties. I think same with the access, the issue of accessing ICT in poor areas as well. We are working on it. I think the next step would be to introduce a law passed by Parliament to allow our authority to start collecting revenue, and part of the revenue will be used for universal service fund that actually will be used to fund the accessibility for the poor areas.
In Palau's case, when it comes to the National Communications Corporation being the sole carrier in the area of internet and television as well as landline services, it's not spelled out in the law that created the corporation to provide services to the lesser populated area. Basically, you know, we see them, if we are to follow the language of the law, for communities that only have like 40 or 20 people, we're not obligated to serve them. But we, however, rely on the covenant that we have with the lending institution from the U.S. Agricultural Department to provide for universal services. So there are areas that we're not making money from serving them, but we continue to do the best we can to provide internet, television, and cellular services. And how do we cover those costs? As I said in my presentation, we don't get subsidy from the government. What we do is we cross-subsidize for areas that are like cellular services that are becoming more good in revenue generation. We take some of those profits to cover the cost of those. In terms of access, we're fortunate to be a small island, so we're not a bit collected together, not like our other neighbors where there are hundreds of islands that are inhabited, and it's a challenge for them to reach out to them. Even though we have over 300 islands, I think most of the population are all the people live in the islands they live in are pretty easy to connect to, except the two southernmost that are in the very south, close to Indonesia. There's no way we can connect them by the satellite because there's only like no more than 50 people living there, and they're about 300, close to 300 miles away from the capital. Whereas the other outlying islands on the north, they're reachable through technology, latest advances in technology, where we can microwave internet, cellular services to them.
I'll respond to the question on disability service. At this stage, what we're doing is we're piloting ICT applications across a number of sectors and with different groups, and I suppose we've been doing it in a sort of basis when people come to us with a good idea and it sort of fills a gap in our sort of understanding of piloting of services, we'll take it up and look at funding it. So certainly we'd be quite open to looking at what particular accessibility issues that the disabled groups are dealing with in the Pacific, and seeing whether we could pilot something there to try it. And I know in our pilots we have provided the necessary cell phones, etc., to access the services, and would look at, if we scaled things up, some kind of government fund or donor funded mechanism to ensure that the necessary equipment was available to the people utilising the services. So we can talk after if you want.
On the PNG initiative, no, I'm not aware of it, so obviously we'd welcome any information on it, because we do want, as I explained, to know roughly what is happening in all the forum countries. On the disability access, in fact, the organization in the ICT working group that represents civil society organizations is the Pacific Disability Forum. So you can be sure that view and those needs are being quite strongly fed into the work of the ICT working group. It has been formally recognized in the terms of reference of the ICT working group and the ICT plan for the region. So that is certainly being recognized. It's also, just the awareness of the importance of inclusion is making sure that other people are also taking that into account. Thank you.
I think we have to wrap it up there. I'm sure you can catch our panelists after. We have the last session just coming up. So let me thank all four panelists for a very interesting and informative, engaging session. And can we have a nice round of applause to wrap things up? Thank you.
Okay, we're taking a brief 5-minute break before we proceed to the next session. Just a quick reminder for the evaluation forms. We value your opinions very much, so please turn your evaluation forms. If ever you left your evaluation forms in your hotel or in your other bag, blank forms are available. Just ask from them, from any of the personnel in blue-green. Thank you.
Chris.
Kung naman tabila. Sabres ba kikiliila? Kisab man ta. Deri lagi. Deri.
Yeah, that's. I'm finding a new one.
Hi everyone, just quickly, someone left their keys in the video conferencing lounge just in the last session, so there's a lot of keys on here and a little leather pouch at the end, so if you lost your keys, we'll just leave them with the reception out here. Anyone? Nope?
Yeah, okay. This one also about they can hand over the evaluation. Evaluation before you.
Okay. Can we request everybody to please sit down so that we can proceed to the highlight of the conference, the dinner. Okay. Just again, a quick reminder to please hand over your evaluation forms to any of the USP staff wearing the blue-green shirt. And we still have blank forms available if ever you need one. Okay. So after 2 very long days of presentations, discussions, and meaningful conversations, we now come to this closing session. I want to introduce you. The chair for this session is Nilesh Gounder, a senior lecturer at USP. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Prince, and a very good afternoon to all of you. I know we have had a very long day, so thank you for making here, and thank you for staying until the last plenary session. It's a very short session, as the name suggests. It's a closing session, so we'll be officially closing off the 2-day Pacific Update Conference 2016. We have Andy Fong Choi, Deputy Secretary General for Economic Governance and Security Program from Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat, who will be giving us a closing address, and then we'll have closing statements from each of the 4 co-sponsors. So we have representing ADB, we have Emma Veve, Director ADB, representing Asian Development Bank Institute, Bikyan Yu, Deputy Dean ADBI, representing Australian National University, Professor Stephen Hughes, Director, Development Policy Center, and representing USP, Professor Rajesh Chandra, Vice Chancellor and President, USP. All the representatives from the co-sponsors were introduced yesterday, so I'll just briefly introduce Angie Fong Choi before I invite her to give a closing address. Angie Fong Choi is currently Deputy Secretary General, Economic Governance and Security Program, Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat. She has also served as Director for the Forum Secretariat's Political Governance and Security Program until 2008. Prior to her appointment as Director, she also served as Secretariat as International Legal Advisor and Legal and Political Officer. Ms. Fong Choi holds a Bachelor of Laws from Victoria University in New Zealand and a Master's in International Relations from Deakin University, Australia. In a present position, Ms. Fong Choi is responsible for leading the Secretariat's work on economic governance, trade and investment, political governance, security, and good governance. So Angie Fong will have 10 minutes, and each of the reps from the co-sponsors will have 5 minutes. It's now my pleasure to invite Angie Fong Choi to give a closing address.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and distinguished guests. In making these closing remarks, I would firstly like to express, on behalf of the Secretary General of the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat, Dame Meg Taylor, our sincere appreciation to the sponsors and organisers of this year's Pacific Update Conference. Dame Meg would very much have liked to have participated in this conference. However, she had also committed to representing the Pacific Islands Forum at the high-level political forum on sustainable development, which is currently taking place in the UN in New York. I understand that the range of speakers has been excellent, and there has been a real spirit of enthusiasm in the exchange of ideas about the development issues affecting our region. The conference theme, Inclusive Growth for Enhanced Resilience, is timely and relevant. Ensuring inclusive, sustainable growth to improve the economic and social resilience of our countries is one of the most critical development challenges for the Pacific region. And as attested by the discussions over the last 2 days, it is a challenge which covers many issues, from the needs of the most vulnerable members of our societies to accountability for the delivery of public goods and services to the empowerment of the next generation of leaders. We are all aware of the many vulnerabilities of our region, including the impacts of climate change, the frequency of natural disasters, and internal governance issues. It is a region which is also extremely vulnerable to the movements of the international economy, which can derail within a very short period of time economic progress made over many years. However, as has been discussed in the course of this conference, there are many opportunities for our region to enhance its resilience through inclusive growth, and we have heard of the many good practices and country experiences. These include, for instance, good practices on managing resource-rich economies, including the setting up of sovereign wealth funds to prudently manage petroleum revenues, as in the case of Timor-Leste. Good practices and experiences of state-owned enterprises reforms in the Republic of Marshall Islands, Kiribati, and Tonga, as well as innovative methods of improving private sector development, especially in promoting small and medium enterprises in Fiji, Vanuatu, Solomon Islands, and the Republic of the Marshall Islands. As a representative of the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat, it should not come as a surprise that our particular interest in this conference has been on the role of regionalism in enabling inclusive growth and resilience. Sustainable development and inclusive economic growth are identified as 2 of the 4 key objectives of the Framework for Pacific Regionalism, which was endorsed by Forum leaders in 2014 as the Forum's overarching commitment to and strategy for deeper regionalism. As is clear from the terms of the framework, regionalism is not an end in of itself. Rather, regional action provides a way of complementing our national efforts and overcoming common constraints to achieve our region's common goals. It has been heartening that the range of issues that feature as political priorities for forum leaders, including fisheries, climate change, ICT and connectivity, private sector development, and regional trade, were the subject of your discussions over the last 2 days. In particular, building the resilience of local communities to climate change, accessing climate change finance, and building future climate leaders. And the vibrant presentations and discussions on fisheries, especially in relation to increasing the returns of fisheries, both for coastal and offshore fisheries. On regional trade, I understand there are a number of excellent presentations on regional trade agreements and what they entail for Pacific economies and people, and the rich discussions on labour mobility, remittances, and de-risking. Before I conclude, I would like to make a few comments about the importance of events such as the Pacific Update Conference. Robust research and discussion are, in the Secretariat's view, vital for our collective efforts in shaping a more inclusive and resilient Pacific Islands region. It is particularly important that this research and these discussions take place in the Pacific, and that they are open to all people with an interest to participate in the public conversation about our region's future. Fora like this can stimulate new and dynamic ideas for public policy at both the national and regional levels. Encouraging greater public participation in regional public policy is a key feature for the Framework for Pacific Regionalism, which I mentioned earlier. The framework also emphasizes the importance of evidence-based policy, so there is increasing recognition at the regional political level of the experiences, resources, and insights that research institutes, policy think tanks, and civil society can bring to the regionalism agenda. In closing, I would like to thank the Asian Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank Institute, the Development Policy Centre of the Australian National University, and the University of the South Pacific for co-sponsoring and organising this year's Pacific Update Conference. I would also like to thank the academics, researchers, and policy practitioners who have contributed to the success of this conference through their research work, presentations, and participation in the discussions. Thank you also to the staff and the students of USP for your excellent work in supporting this conference, and may I specifically acknowledge the Vice-Chancellor. Everyone who has attended this conference has contributed to its success. I'm confident that we will all maintain the momentum and energy generated by this conference in our various lines of work and study, and in our collective efforts to develop an inclusive and resilient Pacific. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Andy, for those generous remarks. I'll now invite Emma Veve, Director, ADB.
Thank you. I just want to take this opportunity to give a few brief thank yous to the people who've been critical in this. Firstly, to our co-organisers, co-sponsors, Dr. Yu from ADBI, Professor Howes from the Development Policy Centre at ANU, and Vice-Chancellor Chandra here at USP. Yourselves, your teams have provided the intellectual input and guidance to put together this program and to help attract the audience that we've managed to attract here. I'd like to give a special thanks to the USP students who you've seen in their sort of greeny blue ocean-coloured t-shirts running around for the last couple of days, who've helped things run smoothly. They've been super polite, super helpful, and the whole thing would not have worked without them. I would also, thanks. I'd also like to make a special thanks for my team from ADB and how they've leapt from photocopying and unpacking boxes and putting on name tags to giving presentations and organising side events, etc. So thank you, team. I think we'll celebrate when we get back home. Look, our hopes for this event were to get people thinking and talking across a whole range of issues that in effect came out of the call for papers earlier in this year. People put forward topics and they really started to fall out fairly clearly under headings, and they were critical development issues for the Pacific. So to get people here thinking and talking about that was the prime objective. And putting together a group that doesn't necessarily normally meet, with some education, health people, some engineering types, some economists, academics, people from countries, development partners, etc., all in one room, coming from different perspectives, thinking about things was another intent. I personally have thought it was been great. It's run extremely smoothly. We learnt a lot from last year, which was the first time we've held this in Fiji. And I certainly look forward to next year, continuing discussion on what will, I'm sure, remain important issues for the Pacific. Perhaps we'll come back with some actions that have been taken in between to show progress. But I'd urge you to come back next year and bring a friend or two with you. I think we've got room to fit in more, and the more voices in this discussion and conversation, I think the more beneficial. So thank you.
Thank you, Emma. I'd like to invite Bukan Yu, Deputy Dean, ADBI.
Good afternoon, everyone. ADBI is a sister organization of ASEAN Development Bank. I found some think ADBI is based in Manila, Philippines, together with ADB. We are based in Tokyo. Our activities are focused mainly on research and CBT, capacity building and training for policymakers. We conducted 41 capacity building events last year, and we plan to hold about 40 events this year, about one event every week. We are trying to invite more policymakers from Pacific Island countries. Last year, we invited 76 government officials from the Pacific, which was more than double than compared to a year before last year. We plan to hold at least one or two events, CBT events, in the Pacific Island countries. I found this conference very informative and useful. So we have been lucky to assemble a strong group of speakers to discuss various issues for Pacific Island country and Fiji. I would like to express my gratitude to our co-organizers, ADB, Australian National University, and the University of South Pacific, who have helped in making this event happen and successful. I would also like to thank all participants for taking up your busy schedule to attend this event. Thank you very much, and have a pleasant and safe present and safe trip back to your home. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Dean. Professor Stephen House, ANU.
Thanks, Nilesh, and good afternoon, everyone. I won't keep you long. You're all a long way away over there. As the others have already done, thank you to everyone for coming. Thanks to co-hosts and all the organizers. And on my side, I'd especially like to thank Matt Dornan, who put in a lot of work to get this conference off the ground, even though he forgot our banner. I thought it was a really good conference. There's been a great turnout, perhaps a few less now, but most of the sessions, I thought we had a really good turnout. It'd be interesting to see how many people were watching the webcast. And I hope the webcast videos can get up on YouTube. People can watch the sessions later on, even if they missed it. I think we had a record number of papers, and that's shown by the fact we didn't have a plenary session today, right? We've had parallel sessions all day. And I think it really vindicates the decision made a couple of years ago to have a call for papers. You know, there's so much good work going on out there, and it's great to be able to mobilize and showcase all those efforts. So, I think that's a strong characteristic of this conference. I'm not so worried about the theme, inclusive growth for enhanced resilience, or enhanced growth for inclusive resilience. I mean, these are big words, and of course, those are the big issues that matter, but what really matters are your specific research interests, and that we're able to capture those. I thought it was very good we had a delegation here from the University of Papua New Guinea, and I hope we'll have an even bigger team from UPNG here next year, because if you think about it, given the size of PNG, it's not really that PNG is dominating the research discussions. In fact, there should be more about this, the big country in our region. Of course, it was good to have so much on labour mobility, I thought, and I think that does indicate that it is an idea whose time has come, and I hope we see more of that. It was good to see so many of my former students from the Crawford School, and all that you're doing successfully now that you've graduated. Great to see so many people from so many different countries around the region and from beyond the region and from so many different backgrounds. Look forward to seeing you tonight and again next year. And I'll just conclude with a pitch. If you haven't heard of the Development Policy blog, you should have a look at it. It's one of the premier blogs for discussion on Pacific regions. And a lot of you have done some really good work. And if you want to get your work out to a wider audience, the blog's a really good way to do it. You can write a blog, you can attach your PowerPoint or your paper if you've got one, and you'll have thousands aware of your work, rather than the small number that our kind of academic work is normally exposed to. So devpolicy.org, read it, but also consider contributing to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Stephen House. The best is always kept for the last. So we now have Vice Chancellor and President of USP, Professor Rajesh Chandra.
Well, one of the things about coming last is, of course, all the good things have been said before. My remarks are going to be very short. I do want to associate myself with all the very positive remarks that have been made. Clearly, from all accounts, this has been a very, very successful update conference. As we have heard, we have seen possibly more papers at this conference than papers before. We certainly have seen a much wider scope of papers, and as the Deputy Secretary General of the Forum indicated, they do gel very well with what the Forum and what is regarded in the new framework, etc., as being important. So I think we are at a very happy stage when the general feedback from the participants has been positive, that things have been smooth, and the discussions have been quite active discussions, networks have been created. From USP's side, let me say that we have valued being part of the team with the ADB, ADBI, the ANU, and ourselves. We feel, as I said in one of my earlier remarks, this is very much about cooperating and networking and partnering. So I think this is an excellent example of what can be done. We have seen possibly a wider dissemination of the discussions, and the live streaming certainly is very important. I think the rapporteurs have been taking some notes so that we can build something more from the very valuable discussions in the papers. I'd like to record our appreciation to the team, the organizing group on our side, led by Dr. Nilesh Gounder and his team, and Prince from the ADB. So we appreciate it very much. Thank you very much for coming to this update conference. And like all of you, I look forward to the next one. If I have one observation that I would like for us to try and incorporate for next year, I think the value of this update will be greater if we have more participants from a wider range of Pacific Island countries. It was good that we have more this year than sometime previously. I certainly hope that UPNG delegation, as Stephen has said, will be bigger. But I also would be happier if we had more policymakers and more researchers from the other institutions in the Pacific and other countries. But I think this evening we can celebrate an outstanding update conference. Pinakapakalegon.
Thank you, VC. We just have one more small event towards the end, but before that I'd like to thank Christopher from ADB, Matthew from ANU, Prince from ADB, and Wawan from ADBI. We have worked together with me towards the program, and thanks for spending endless hours on Skype. I wish to thank you all for organizing this conference. I'd like to acknowledge for the first time the presence of representatives from the National University of Timor-Leste. So let's give a round of applause for reps from National. In particular, we have Fernando Baptista Anuno, the Dean of the School of Economics and Management, and he has requested if he would be given the privilege of presenting a gift to each of the four co-sponsors. So I'd like to invite Dean Fernando. Would you please make your way in front? Thank you. So I'd like to request the four co-sponsors, if you can just come in front. Thank you very much. You may be seated. So finally, let's give all of us a round of applause for a successful conference. And we have a closing dinner. I will be starting at around 5:45, just outside in the tent. So once again, thank you very much.
I left my phone here.
This one?
the same piece?